Good morning. Welcome to regular council meeting for the Township of Minden Hills for Thursday, May 29th, 2025. In review of today's agenda, there is a delegation with representatives from Cottage Care Rentals, Inc. and All Seasons Cottage Rentals, Inc. in regard to the short-term rental bylaw and Shore Road allowance. As well, a closed session meeting will take place near the end of our meeting. Madam Clerk, please proceed with a roll call.
Councillor Sisson,
Present.
Councillor Sini,
Present.
Councillor McKelvey,
Present.
Councillor Johannesson,
Present.
Councillor Ingram,
Present.
Deputy Marshall,
Present.
Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. This meeting is called to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please proceed with reading the resolution for the approval of the agenda.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Marshall. Be it resolved that the May 29th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move right to delegations. So will Ms. Field and Mr. Lowe's please join us at the delegation table? And if you could just introduce yourselves and then make sure you've got the mic turned on there. So you should see a red light. There we go.
Thank you.
And you'll need to speak into the microphones for people who are watching in TV land.
Sure. Great. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Field. I am co-owner of Cottage Care Rentals Incorporated, and both my mom and I run this business together.
And my name's JT Lowe's. I'm the owner of All Season Cottage Rentals. I'm also a director and treasurer for the Ontario Cottage Rental Managers Association.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So we are here to hopefully provide a perspective from an agency working with the short-term rental bylaw, as well as from the public's experience with the short-term rental bylaw as it pertains to the shorewood allowance. We hope it's maybe one of many conversations that we have, but this is a starting point for us. And just know that we are very happy to assist and provide, our experience as we go along. If you're looking to amend the bylaw, we're here to help. So our experience so far has been with the shorewood allowance pertaining to the license of occupation needed for a dock was not very forthcoming as the bylaw was presented, and was rather confusing from the public's perspective when they went to license. It was a bit of a surprise. So today we're looking for a clarification on if that was your intention to include a dock in the bylaw. And we have some suggestions as well. I'll just overview the beginning of our delegation. We've encountered inconsistencies with the interpretation by municipal staff responsible for processing STR applications and the actual wording of bylaw 24105 and policy number 45B. These discrepancies are creating significant confusion for both property owners and STR management companies operating in Minden Hills. The bylaws defined terms, structure, and building do not apply to docks, and yet docks are currently being included in requirements for license of occupation and additional insurance coverage, or so we presume, because that's not quite clear. JT, if you want to fire away on anything there.
You have to move the microphone over to you.
Yeah, so with respect to the definitions, as Stephanie said, we're just seeking clarification whether it was council's intention to have docks included in the definition of building structures or not. if it is council's intention, I think you should consider rewording the definitions within the bylaw, because right now they refer to buildings and structures, consisting of a building or structure consisting of a wall, roof, and floor. In the definition of building, it says it has one or more floors and roof. So, the issue we ran into is as our owners started applying for licenses, they heard back from the municipality saying that they need a license of occupation and the additional insurance if they have a dock on the shore allowance. This has caught a lot of people by surprise. Many owners have decided, with the extra expenses, that they're no longer going to rent. It's just not worth it. It's also worth kind of differentiating between what we do and sites like Airbnb and VRBO. Our focus is primarily, the vast majority of our owners rent occasionally 3, 4, 5 weeks a year. They're primarily using the cottages themselves, but they like to rent to fund, property taxes if they need to build a new deck or, build a new dock. And these are the people that are being impacted the most by this. Investment owners on Airbnb, when you're renting 365 days a year, you have dozens and dozens of bookings. It's not a big deal to spread the extra costs out, because you're getting so much bookings and revenue. So they're less impacted. What we're seeing is the biggest impact is on those casual renters that are only renting a handful of weeks, because when you add up the cost of licensing, license of occupation, the additional insurance coverage, that pretty much eats what they're going to make over the 3 or 4 weeks. So to them, it's not worth it. I think the intention of the bylaw was to create a mechanism to deal with those problem properties. The party houses, the people going way over occupancy. What we're seeing in real life is those people are less impacted and continuing to rent, whereas the good, responsible renters that are really concerned about who they rent to, screen extra diligently, only rent a handful of weeks, they're being impacted the most and leaving the market. So, I think this is having the opposite effect that council intended, whereas again, it's, the bad actors are staying in the game where it's pushing out the good actors.
And it is important to know that our agencies being located here, I'm a resident of Minden, reputation is very important. So we are very close with neighbors, and make sure that that is known to them that we are operating a short-term rental we call cottage vacation rental. And it's really important to eliminate that because we wanted to differentiate the two. So liability insurance requirements: when only a dock and no other structure or building is situated on a municipally owned SRA, what is the required liability coverage, 2 or 5 million? So we're looking on clarification on that as well. Does the license of occupation and increased insurance requirements apply to all waterfront properties with docks on municipally owned SRA, or only those applying for the short-term rental license? And then just to get into, we noticed in the bylaw that there may be room for a Class B license, noting that there is a Class A. And that might be a great opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves whether agencies such as ours could classify a more streamlined process with a Class B license, knowing that we are TICO licensed and operate under the Travel Act of Ontario. We are already legally required to provide certain documentation to the province, trust accounting, clarity and advertising. There's a lot of requirements that we already fall under. And if that is the case, it might be important to consider that we may be able to also have it so that the indemnity clause in our contracts with owners could have the municipality listed in the indemnity clause, so that owners do not have to apply for the license of occupation for docks. So
Just through the chair, just add to Stephanie's last point, in terms of potentially introducing a Class B license. We have been in talks with other municipalities that have gone very well and are considering the idea. Mainly, I imagine the license of occupation issue comes down to liability for the municipality. And you're concerned that if somebody were to fall on the shore allowance, they could turn around and sue the municipality. One of our big questions is, would this liability not exist for regular cottage owners as well, seeing as how they don't own their shore allowance, whether, they're up or they have friends up for the weekend, somebody falls on the shore allowance, one would assume if this liability exists for rentals, it would also exist for private homeowners. Our thought with the Class B license, to address the liability concern, for all of our bookings, we have detailed rental agreements that guests complete. Included in those rental agreements is an indemnity waiver to waive liability for the property owner should somebody fall or get hurt on the property. For us, it would be very easy to add the municipality as a named party in that contract as part of the indemnity waiver, waiving liability should somebody fall and get hurt on the shore allowance. So our thought is, with a Class B license, it could give us a little more flexibility on this requirement, knowing that we have the municipality named in the indemnity waiver. So you don't have the liability exposure that you would otherwise. And introducing the Class B license would give the municipality a mechanism to have this extra protection and offer a little more flexibility for our properties. So, for example, if you rent through a property management company that operates under the Class B license, we could be exempt from the license of occupation requirement. That's kind of where our head is going to that. Talks with other municipalities, we've discussed a slightly lower application fee for the short-term rental license and a more streamlined approach for the actual application, knowing that we already inspect our properties. We've kind of already ticked the boxes. We're there to enforce, if there's ever any issues at our properties, noise violations, burning, anything going on, we get the call and we deal with it, which takes a lot off the plate for bylaw and the municipality to deal with. But the main reason is looking at the liability and is there a potential for some flexibility or anything on the license of occupation requirement. Kind of covers everything we wanted to touch on today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And you're absolutely right that the situation with the shoreline and the road allowances is all about insurance. Our problem here in Ontario is we have joint and several liability. So the township, since we own the land and we're letting somebody operate a business on our land, we end up being sort of the last stop for collection of any insurance claims. And so that is the issue. A few weeks back, there was, I think Dysart came up with the same roadblock, and I don't know exactly what they have done since then. But if you have more information.
Yeah, through the chair, for as far as the license of occupation, or in Highlands East, they call it the encroachment agreement. We're seeing two different levels. So Dysart does not require the license of occupation unless there's an actual building. So if your cottage, part of your deck or your bunkie encroaches on the shore allowance, then a license of occupation is required. If you just have a dock and there's no building or encroachment, a license of occupation is not required. It's my understanding when this was at the county level, we were very involved when it was at the county level being developed, that the shore allowance requirement, as far as license of occupation goes, was not there. This is something that's been added in Minden and Highlands East after it made it down to the municipal level. So we're seeing 4 completely different bylaws across the county. 2 of them have the license of occupation requirements or encroachment agreement in East's case, and 2 of them do not, unless part of the actual building is encroaching. So it's creating a lot of confusion for us and our owners, and real nightmare trying to keep all the bylaws straight in our head because they're all very different now.
But there was still an insurance issue in Dysart.
Sorry, through the chair, no, not for docks, only if you're building, so the actual cottage and deck or bunkie are encroaching.
Okay. That's not how I understood it, but go ahead, Councillor Saney.
Yes, thank you. I just first want a high level view of this. This really should have been handled at the provincial level because every single one of our municipalities across Ontario is trying to address this situation and deal with the liability to every municipality when it should be legislated at a provincial level. And so here we are sitting at this table trying to figure things out with very expensive lawyers and consultants at every single municipality. The other part of this is that I know the cottage rental businesses have been going on a very long time here, and they provide a very valuable service to everyone here. Our commerce, our economy, it's very critical. And to have people who are doing it full time, who understand the law, who understand contracts, who understand how to respond to issues really quickly is something that just me renting out my cottage would not be able to do. And also knowing that the companies do the inspections to make sure all the safeguards are in there in terms of building codes and making sure that those properties conform, and you deal directly with the property owners to make sure that happens before you rent. So I think those are things that we already had in place. But now with this new kind of online and people are trying to find ways to make the economy work, we're in this quandary. I really think the things that you brought forward, we need to take another look at. And I think at the county level too, and correct me if I'm wrong with mayor and deputy mayor, that there was intentions that these might have to be tweaked because we couldn't do everything here. I think our staff did a good job in trying to put this together originally. And they pulled on other experiences from other municipalities to do that. But there are still uniquenesses here and things. I think what maybe we could do is ask our building department to consider these things and come back to us with some options that will work for everybody. But I particularly want to support and encourage people to use the companies that are doing the rentals as opposed to trying to do this on their own, because that would save our municipality a great deal of money. So thanks for the work that you're doing. Thanks.
Any other questions, Councillor McKelvey?
So with a delegation that comes, often what happens is we just receive your delegation as information and a report comes back later. But in this particular case, we have a report to deal with later on the agenda about this. So that's at least getting it all on the same agenda here, dealing with that part of it. You mentioned Highlands East, an encroachment agreement. What is Algonquin Highlands doing? No, nothing for a dock? I mean, the whole idea was we were all going to pass the same bylaw, and that didn't work quite as way as everybody had hoped, but it's a work in progress, I think would be fair to say.
Through the chair, I just, number one, 100% agree with Councillor saying your comments about the provincial, and you know, it's a patchwork of different bylaws throughout the province. It would be good if it had a more, you know, put it up a level and have consistent rules throughout the province. And, you know, I just want to highlight that, you know, the impact, like our company alone, we're normally at around 120 properties. We're down to 59. So I've lost just over half of our properties because of the short-term rental bylaw. Owners explicitly saying, I no longer wish to rent because I don't want to deal with the bylaw. We're seeing throughout the county in the 4 municipalities, different impacts. In Dysart, we only lost maybe 15, 18% of our properties. In Minden, I've lost 75, 80% of the properties that we worked with in Minden. Same for Highlands East. I think I only have 1 property left in Highlands East. And Algonquin Highlands, a little less of a loss than, like a little more of a loss than in Dysart, but less of a loss than in Minden. So we're seeing different responses throughout the county based on the bylaw in that particular municipality. And Minden, and primarily because of the license of occupation issue, we've taken a huge hit, which will impact, you know, our tourism, accommodation available for tourists. Internally, we've had to reduce our staffing levels. We're down 1 time full position. numerous cleaning positions. So it is having an impact.
And two, it's tends to be the smaller cottages, the more affordable cottages, and we're losing a lot of our return guests because that's primarily who we help accommodate our returns, which is unfortunate for those families. So just wanted to highlight that.
No, I think it's, as Councillor Saini said, somewhere around 10 years ago or so, when the world changed in this area, right? Where you used to rent out your cottage to friends or people you knew at work or things like that. And then along came the internet and people looking to make money, and everything changed for everybody. I was on a lake association, and we started to get some struggles amongst the neighbors on the lake, and we just recognized this was almost an insurmountable problem for lake associations or neighbors to be able to deal with. And whereas you guys were doing a great job, others not so much. And we look to try to pass rules and laws that would be had to cover everybody, unfortunately, but at the same time we're looking for the safety and the enjoyment of tourists coming into our area, and not getting people into dangerous situations. So it went that way, but like we said from the beginning, that this was, we spent 2 to 3 years or more trying to put this together. We worked with lots of towns. We got lots of expertise involved in putting it together. But as often happens, what you write sounds great. And then, when it gets to be a practical situation, and since the licenses are all really going into effect now, this is where you find that you've got some discrepancies and some challenges. And the thing on the ownership of these shoreline road allowances was one that sort of jumped out at us, after the fact. And many of the cases, particularly where I live on Cache, there's all sorts of people whose homes are 100% on the shoreline road allowance, and the property they own is in the woods across the way. So it is a challenge, and it becomes a more particular challenge because of insurance and what the insurance companies are doing and are willing to do for folks at a reasonable cost. And then, the situation of the liability of the township, and how we have to protect, our citizens from any type of settlement. Your indemnity clause sounds interesting. Not sure if it can work for us, but it's certainly something that we can take a look at. And if that works, fine. We can make changes, but it's certainly something we will look at, and hopefully you'll keep providing us feedback as we go along as to how well this is working. It's Deputy Mayor Shell.
That's what I was going to say as well. So sitting at the county, we spent years looking at this, and I mean, on paper, it looks great, but then you have real life situations like you're bringing to us, and it makes us more aware. And of course, we all get like a disgruntled call from somebody who's trying to rent, and you listen, but is it just that person? Maybe they're just not doing the right thing or following what we have asked, but hearing it from you has been very eye-opening. The intent was that it was to be, I mean, obviously provincial, but we tried it at the county. We were hopeful that everybody would follow the same rules. Obviously that didn't happen, but there are council members at this table who have brought this forward actually regarding the license of occupation. And I'm glad that you've brought it forward, because I think now we need to take a much greater look at this because obviously it's not working. So anyway, I hope that we can keep in contact with you as a municipality, just going forward to see how things are rolling out and if things are improving when we do tweak and change things. So thank you very much.
Councillor Sandy?
Yes, thank you. And just to say too, that we do have an opportunity to meet with other places across Ontario and with the provincial ministries and both formally and informally. And I think this is something that I will continue. If council directs, I will try to take this to Roma as well, Rural Ontario Municipalities Association, because this is killing our economies. When you hear the statistics of the loss of jobs, and you hear a provincial government who is talking about employment, they're missing the boat. So we really need to say this is what makes our rural economies work. And we got to make sure that the province is supporting us on these. And in spite of what the insurance is saying, they need to step in on these things. So appreciate you being here today, as previously said. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please read the resolution.
So council, just for clarification, right now, I just have the resolution just to receive it as information and we've taken notes to report back. Okay, so moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives a delegation on behalf of cottage care rentals and all seasons cottage rentals regarding a request for clarification on short-term rental bylaw and shore road allowance requirements as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much for your time. All right, moving on to adoption of minutes. We have a slew of minutes here. Are there any comments or amendments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saini, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes. May 8th, 2025, regular minutes. May 13th, 2025, special meeting minutes. May 13th, 2025, public meeting minutes for applications PLZBA 2025004, PLZBA 2025009, PLZBA 2025022, and March 27th, 2025, public meeting minutes, PLZBA 2025001.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to payment of accounts. Any comments or questions? Please read the resolution. Oops, sorry.
Just one question, not necessarily on a specific account, but have we heard anything on our storm damage as far as the province helping out here? Like we've incurred huge costs.
The province has not declared the emergent disaster yet. Unless you, Madam CAO, have you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, and not correcting that statement. Our treasurer, director of finance, treasurer, and myself, and county's director of finance and my counterpart, we're meeting next week to look collectively at costs. And we are in contact with the province, sort of at every stage. We've been asked at this point if we intend to make application, and we've indicated that we likely are. So
There was meetings last week, I think last week, with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and the Premier and Minister Dunlop both were in favor of wanting to get this done, but the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is the one that has to declare. And so it has not happened as of yet. I can tell you that from what I understand, the tornadoes of a couple of years ago in central Ontario, it took months before the minister made that declaration. And obviously no funding requests go until the minister has given it that, if you will, stamp. This now, we don't expect, I mean, we've got the Premier and other ministers who are supportive of it. It affected a wide swath of Ontario, including, Barrie, Orillia, Kawartha Lakes, Peterborough, and ourselves and others. So don't expect that this is going to be a problem, but it is not. Until it officially happens, we can't process anything. MCO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McKelvey's question, just as a follow-up, I will bring a summary report to council in the next cycle. Thank you.
Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that the accounts in the amount of $1,740,454.73 be approved for payment.
All those in favor? As carried. Going into the mayor's report, it was not so long ago that we went through the ice storm, and then we're very concerned about flooding. Although, as I heard the rain last night, the reminder of flooding and seeing how high the river was yesterday, I was wondering if we were going to have some surprises this morning, but water levels are still very difficult to try to forecast. But having said that, we had earlier this week our first meeting with the MNR about fires. There are wildfires that are burning throughout Canada, and we have a number of them in Ontario. They're mostly in the northwest, although there was one or two in the northeast. The fire people work under sort of with much longer term forecasts of the weather, and the long-term weather forecasts for Ontario, for most of Ontario, is very hot and dry. It's maybe a bit surprising to those of you who have been out around here in the last little while, but the long-term forecast is hot and dry, and so fire is something that they're very concerned about. We will be, meeting with them regularly, because it's a situation whereby, when they have a fire, they, for the most part, they evaluate the fire and determine if there's going to be loss, potential safety, loss of life, obviously loss of property, and so on. And in some cases, there are fires where they virtually do nothing, because it's part of the natural process, and they let them burn, which generates a lot of smoke, which is not great for air quality, but sometimes that's what you have to do, because there's a limited amount of equipment and resources, particularly manpower. Although there's agreements, Ontario has agreements with the other provinces, with other countries. They have a lot of tools at their disposal. They also have to make sure that even if there are lots of fires, for instance, in the Northwest, that there are still equipment available in the East to be able to handle the situation. So it's a long way of saying, we're working with MNR. They keep us informed. They try to reassure us. There are going to be lots of orders that are going to be put on and off regarding burning. In some places in Ontario right now, there are complete fire bans. Even a propane stove for cooking has to be monitored in a certain way. So, we're probably going to get those on and off, and we just have to be able to respond to them quickly, and then hopefully everybody will follow on that. The other issue was, in talking to people and reviewing things, there seems, and I'll say seems because we have tried in the past and, haven't necessarily been particularly successful at trying to do something about some sort of a business improvement plan of something of trying to look at getting, people, businesses to work together to see how are there ways that we can improve the downtown or other areas of the township to benefit businesses. A number of years ago, we actually used to do this at the municipal level, and then it was moved. Economic development in general was moved to the county. But I'm very interested in us trying to come up with a way to see if some sort of a group can come together that would be, involve council, would obviously involve the county and involve local businesses to see if there's if there are some things that we can do to just make the town better, make the town look better, be a little bit more vibrant. I saw volunteers out the other day with putting flowers on the bridges and so on, and that has always been something that I think we've done pretty well. But this whole idea of whatever we can call it, but some sort of something that we can look at getting people together and calling people together to see if there'd be interest in working together to improve the township. So that's something I would like to move on. Aside from that, I don't know that there's anything else in the mayor's report to cover. There was I think, a very successful meeting that all of council was at last night, talking about healthy democracy. So I will turn it over to Councillor Saini to talk about Roma Board and to talk about the AMO approach to our healthy democracy. Yep. Councillor McKelvey.
Sorry, I'm not trying to jump in front of you, Roma. I just want to, this is a great idea, getting some people together. What's the first step? Who's doing what?
Madam CEO wants to jump in.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I understand you correctly, you're almost talking about putting some sort of task force together or some sort of group. I
Yep.
mean, I'm happy to take that away and flesh out in more detail what that could look like.
That can be the first step.
If council's amenable to that, but I think if I'm understanding correctly, you're wanting community involvement, council representation, economic development.
Yeah.
Does that?
Yeah,
capture?
without us creating like a formal committee of council or
Right.
anything like that, just let's see if we have the interest in people wanting to work together, particularly the community. I mean, it's easy to get the staff and council, but it's really the community to see what it is they want and how much they're willing to work with us. So
let me draft something and circulate it.
Councilor Johansson.
I think that's a great idea. I actually got in touch with the CAO. I can't remember what day it was, but I've had somebody send me an email that's looking very much to be involved. And I know there's other people. I actually was scouting around and to find out about a BIA, but I'm not going that way, but just to get the information about that. It's still active, but not really active. But yeah, there's a lot of people that want to get involved. So
Good.
this is great.
Good. Counselor Saney.
I have a very short Roma report. We haven't met yet since our
Good.
last meeting, so thank you for that opportunity to say that. And but we'll carry on with the next item and I'll speak at that point. Thank you.
Okay. Correspondence and communication. This is usually done under a consent agenda. Clerk's Department received a request to pull correspondence item 11.2, strong mayor powers, and 11.8, responsible growth in opposition to elements of Bill 5. So Madam Clerk, please read resolution.
Moved by Counselor Hannison, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council directs staff to pull forward the following correspondence items for discussion. 11.2, Town of Mattawa, strong mayor, and 11.8, Town of Orangeville resolution, responsible growth in opposition to elements of Bill 5.
Okay. All in favor? Yes. Sorry, I'm. All in favor? Okay, now we received the rest of it for information.
Correct. Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Hannison, that council receives correspondence and communication items 11.1, 11.3 to 11.7, and 11.9 as information.
All those in favor? That's carried. So the correspondence at 11.2. I'm not sure who requested it be pulled, so who wants to speak to it? Counselor Saney?
11.1 we just received as information as opposed to discussion.
May I
Just
comment?
clarification.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go
So,
ahead.
through the chair, so the email, Counselor Saney, was just to have it on the agenda. I didn't realize you actually wanted it pulled for discussion. I figured council would pull it if they wanted to bring it forward. Is that I can do another resolution to pull it.
So you want to pull 11.1 also?
I can pull, I can.
Yep.
Yep. So I just need, Counselor Sandy would be the member, but I would need a second.
Counselor Ingram?
So moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council directs staff to pull forward item 11.1 AMO strategic leadership workshops for discussion.
All those in favor? It's carried. Okay, so 11.1.
Thank you very much. I think all the counselors received the information about this leadership program, and I think it's a really good thing for us to do. But it was also pointed out by another counselor here that it would probably be better for us to do this as a group and less expensive than one of us or two of us joining into the full online or however it might take place workshop. The reason I'm suggesting that we might do this as a council is one, it would be less expensive than individuals, which was raised earlier, but also as a jumping point to get into our strategic plan. Because although we are still working on putting that full thing together and how it fits with our budget over the years and that sort of thing, we have a lot of information that we gathered from the public through that consultation. And there are some that are just glaring out there, ready for us to really take some initiative on. And I think the community needs to see us acting on these things. They've given their input. They often give their input and participate in these surveys, but then there's a real drag before we start to implement things. So what I'd like to see is this as a strategic leadership workshop, which is going to focus on thinking and planning and taking the lead, similar to what Mayor has just raised, as well as getting a task force together. But this would really be a good way to get all council on the same page to take off with this information that we gathered from the community. So I would like to suggest that we ask our CAO to look into providing that kind of leadership workshop, see what council's interested in doing, half-day workshop even or something, and then use that information we got from the public as a base to then move things forward a little bit more quickly. So that was my thinking on this and wanting to bring it forward. So if other people would support that.
I guess it would be a full day really, because there's about 6 hours worth of workshop.
If
in
we
2
chose to
parts.
do it that way, yes. So,
General feeling, Councillor McKelvey?
I'm not sure they'll do a separate one. Perhaps our staff can say, like, I think what would happen is we would have to agree to these actual sessions, the 2 sessions. But we'd get a group rate for it, sort of thing. I think
Okay.
that's how it works. I could be wrong. I don't know that we would get another date set for us to have it. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm leaving it to our CAO to see what our options are
Okay.
and to discuss that with
Well,
AIM.
one is June 4th, that's all I'm
Yeah.
concerned.
But yeah, it could be. Sorry, is my mic on? Yes, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the two, one of them is county council and the other one is some other board meetings, so. I think you can ask for anything, so we ask the CAO to look into what some options could be.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can certainly do that. I think it would be helpful if council can email me and just indicate an interest in a full day, half day or full day workshop, just so I know how many people. And then I'll look into options that we might consider. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Shell?
The only problem I see with that is I think everybody here has an interest. It would just depend on the date, whether or not we were available. So it's hard to say that we would all go if it was not a date that we could all
Well,
go. So,
Chicken and egg also, because there'd be only certain dates that they can probably.
well, that's what I'm saying. So it's difficult, but anyway.
That's a fair comment. I'll just take away that there's 7 participants and
Go
I'll look into options. Thank
see
you.
what we can do. Yeah. I'd be willing to give up county council. Wait, are these mics on? Okay, moving on. Do we need anything other than that?
It's up to council. I mean, I can pass the, or I've drafted a resolution just to direct the CAO to seek information regarding the AMO strategic leadership workshop. That's
fine.
But I
So,
just need a mover and a seconder for that direct.
Councillor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor Shell.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Marshall, that council directs the CAO to seek information regarding the registration for the AMO strategic leadership workshop.
All those in favor? As carried. On to 11.2. The town of Mattawa. Who, yep, Councillor McKelvey?
So I'm really glad we're gonna see these discussions at this table, and I really want to highlight that this is not a personal attack against the present mayor sitting here or anybody else. I have a real problem with the strong mayor's power. I'm not the only one. And I just feel that we need to really discuss this. And I mean, I don't even agree with it for the city of Toronto. So I just don't want anybody to think that because I've asked that this get discussed, that I'm after the present mayor sitting here, and I hope you accept that. I feel this is very undemocratic. When you see the report later on, it'll actually slow process business down instead of, you know, if we have a strong mayor that wants to bring forth some ideas to council, you could get it done quicker that way than you can having to make the decision, then the clerk gives notice, and then it comes back, and then like, it's just craziness. So I'm opposed to strong mayor powers in general. Obviously, because I sit at this table, I'm opposed to it being accepted here. I do understand that we don't have any choice. The province said, you're it. And, but there is opportunities within this legislation that delegation can happen. So I would really like to first indicate, I would like us to tell the province we don't want it, if that's what the majority of council, hopefully all of council. Secondly, I'd like to know how the process here, is there going to be any delegation of some of these powers back to council?
Michelle?
I would agree. I think the Strong Mayors Act undermines democratic principles. And again, nothing against you, Counselor Carter, or Counselor. I've already demoted you, see? Yeah. Yeah, you're not even gonna get to be the mayor now. Mayor Carter, my apologies. Yeah, I mean, there's just on this agenda alone, we have three things from different municipalities with the same concerns. And I think that it's across the board that most people are concerned with this policy. And I would stand with what Councillor McKelvey is saying.
Deputy Mayor, sorry. Just shifting the chairs a little bit. Counselor Saini.
I feel like I should thank the deputy mayor for letting me borrow her shoes yesterday. Thank you. Sorry, it's strongly pleased across the province with the opposition in every municipality to the Strong Mayors Act. There are very few people that are in favor of this. It is an attack to me. I see it as an attack on our democracy and our principles. And when we're dealing with things that are so fundamental of having a voice in government, and then say, except when. And I think there were some times that we often say, okay, we're going to do the Strong Mayors Act because that will help us get housing through. I am so tired of this kind of taking away people's rights in order to then blame it on an issue like we're going to address housing, because that is what some of this was on the back of. And this does not address housing issues per se. We could have our planning department has been taking a lot of flack from the public, frankly, and also lots of municipalities have been taking that same flack in their planning departments because of the number of planning policies that have come out of this provincial government over a short period of time, that people don't know which way to turn in terms of planning. So if we want to get housing going, the Strong Mayors Act is not the way to do it. The Strong Mayors Act is not something that we should be giving up our democracy for under the guise of creating more housing. What we need to do is have that housing issue addressed and less kind of burden on our planning departments so they can get on and get things out there faster for the public. And then we can work as a team. There are some municipalities where councils don't get along enough to make some good decisions. In those kinds of municipalities, there are workshops. We have to be all on the same page, and they can address that in a very different way. We have the option here. We all want to see more housing. Let's really work at that, support our planning departments, make sure that they get the less changing in directions from the province, instead of overriding it and creating two classes, one privileged and one a common folk on how we have to follow the rules. There should not be different kinds of rules for different groups. So I'm so pleased to see how this council, including the mayor, is really concerned with this act in terms of taking away the democracy process. Thank you.
Counselor Johansson.
Again, not against the mayor. I believe it takes away and erodes democracy. What is the point in having councils? What is the point in having elections? If the mayor can veto budgets, fire staff, just do whatever they feel fit. Council should represent all voices in the community, and decisions should be made together. There's no consultation with council, the public, prior to our mayor being included in the Strong Mayors framework. There's a lot of concern from my constituents regarding the strong representative. Thank you.
So since we have this as a report later on in the agenda, so I would suggest we just receive this right now as information, and then we discuss it at the report. Councilor McKelvey?
Sorry. But I requested a resolution similar to the one that we're dealing with right now for our township. I also need to know, I mentioned there's delegation powers, like what's your thoughts on this whole thing as the mayor that's been given?
I think we have a discussion later on. I think I'll reserve any comments for that discussion after we learn what are the various components of the strong mayor. Zach? It just comes down to when we discuss it here. So go ahead.
Suggestion, because we do have this later in much more detail. Could we table a motion now, put the motion forward, table it, and then have that motion at the end of that? Is that appropriate? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So through the chair, to council, just to assist a little. I think so. Yeah, I think the red light's just not working on this microphone. No, that's okay. So just a suggestion, if council wishes just to receive it as information today, we can put it back on the next agenda depending on what it's up to council. Like it's what we can postpone it, we can defer it, we can defer it to later in the
I was
agenda.
just going to suggest deferring it to later in the agenda after when we are getting the full report. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Shell?
I think all that Councillor McKelvey is asking for is exactly what's in front of us from the correspondence and communications that we have, like the town of Mattawa, Quinte West, et cetera, Tilsonburg as well, that we would basically just provide the exact same verbiage, but put our name to it.
I guess,
And then also discuss.
I guess my only, it was asked that we have a report. So it would seem to me that we should hear the report before we decide what our Councilor McKelvey.
That's fine if you want to hear the report later on, but are you assuring us that this option that we are talking about is coming back to us at this table today?
I'm sorry, what option?
To pass a resolution in opposition?
Yeah, we could pass a resolution after we hear the report. That's fine. I just think that, before making a resolution, we should at least learn about what is in the report before we, unless you.
I'm asking that you ensure that resolution that I'd asked to be put on the agenda is going to be allowed to be discussed today and put forth. If you want to change the order of the agenda, that I could care less.
I'm not
But to
changing
include
order of
that-
agenda. I'm just saying that we have a report.
Sorry, I
we're
wasn't
having a
finished.
discussion. So I'm either way, if you want to have pass a resolution at this point, that's fine.
Just,
So, I can read the draft resolution. Basically, it's drafted the same as Mattawa's. I just made a few tweaks just to acknowledge that, of course, it's past May 1st, so it would be that this is already in effect. But that's basically the only changes that I've made to the resolution, and the two members of council, the mover and the seconder, have read the resolution before council today. So I'll just proceed to read the resolution then.
Councilor McKelvey?
Just so we know, I will be requesting a recorded vote on this. You could.
Sure, we can. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so moved by Councillor Sisson, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives correspondence item 11.2 from the town of Mattawa regarding strong mayor powers as information, and that council supports the town of Mattawa's resolution 2595 and also states the following. whereas the Ontario government has expanded the strong mayor powers to 169 additional municipalities as of May 1st, 2025, granting mayors in the municipalities more authority, particularly concerning the control of municipal budgets, planning, and operational decision. And whereas this has raised significant concerns regarding the centralization of power, erosion of local democracy, reduced accountability, and the potential for abuse of power. And whereas the expansion of strong mayor powers undermines the collaborative nature of municipal governance and diminishes the role of elected municipal councilors in representing the diverse interests of the community. And whereas concerns have been raised about the negative impacts on public trust, democratic participation, and municipal decision-making processes if mayors are given the ability to pass council decisions without adequate consultation or oversight. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills, 1, does not support the proposed strong mayor powers as currently outlined. 2, supports specific powers to mayors as it pertains to identifiable decisions regarding housing development, infrastructure, and transit to provide tools that reduce obstacles that can stand in the way of new housing and infrastructure developments. 3, strongly suggests that free reign of decision-making regarding hiring, firing, committees, and so forth be removed from the authority. 4, strongly suggests that members of the current council were duly elected officials by citizens with awareness of 1 vote per council member and majority votes are the democratic process. 5, requests the provincial strong mayor powers that took effect on May 1st, 2025 be reconsidered to allow for a greater clarity that the province seek collaborative input from the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers of Ontario, AMCTO. 6, directs staff to forward the resolution immediately to Premier Ford, Minister Flack, Laurie Scott, MPP for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, BROMA, and all Ontario municipalities.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Vicky. It looks like we've copied City of Quincy West. And it was Mattawa I was looking at. So I'm not sure if we need to, unfortunately, bring this back later in the meeting for you. Mattawa didn't have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in it. It had something that
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I had
No, that's
Mattawa.
okay.
We didn't pull Quincy West.
Yeah, that's fine. If you, even if council wants to take a quick break, I can craft something up and come back.
All right, we'll take a break till 10:15.
Okay.
Back. Okay. When we last left it, you had a resolution.
Wrong one. So this is the Town of Mattawas. My apologies, my PDF saved over top of the other one. So moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives correspondence item 11.2 from the Town of Mattawa regarding strong mayor powers as information, and that council supports the Town of Mattawa's resolution 2595 and also states the following. Whereas the government of Ontario announces an expansion of strong mayor powers to an additional 169 municipalities that took effect May 1st, 2025. And whereas the corporation of the Township of Minden Hills was included in the additional 169 municipalities that gained such powers. And whereas these powers allowed mayors to unilaterally override council's decision, appoint senior municipal staff, and set budgets without majority council approval, undermining the principles of democratic governance. And whereas municipal governance functions best through a collaborative decision-making process where elected councils representing the collective voice of their communities work alongside experienced municipal staff, and the proposed powers has raised significant concerns regarding the centralization of powers, erosion of local democracy, reduced accountability, and the potential for the abuse of powers. And whereas there's no evidence to suggest that strong mayor powers have increased housing starts contrary to the provincial government's stated justification for their implementation. And whereas the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers of Ontario, AMCTO, has raised concerns that strong mayor powers blur the lines between political leadership and administration expertise, threatening the neutrality of municipal public service. And whereas the corporation of the Township of Minden Hills has a long history of collaborative, transparent, and accountable local governance built upon foundation of council debate and shared decision-making. And whereas a growing number of municipalities and elected officials across Ontario were questioning the appropriateness of strong mayor system and are calling for its reconsideration of appeal. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills opposes the expansion of strong mayor powers and formally requests that the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing immediately remove the Township of Minden Hills from the list of municipalities that was granted strong mayor powers under the designated legislation. And further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, AMO, and all Ontario municipalities. Now, this is a recorded vote. So I'll start with Councillor Ingram. For or against?
For.
Okay, Councillor Johannesson, for or against?
For.
Councillor McKelvey, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Saney, for or against?
For.
Deputy Mayor Shell, for or against?
For.
Councillor Sisson, for or against?
For.
Mayor Carter, for or against?
Against.
Okay, this motion has been carried.
Okay, moving on to what was it, 11.8? It was Orangeville. Not sure who wanted that pulled. That was Bill 5.
Through the chair, that was Councillor Saney's request to pull the motion.
Okay.
So I've just drafted to support the town of Orangeville in opposition. Okay. Moved by Counselor Sani, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receives correspondence item 11.8 from the town of Orangeville in opposition to elements of Bill 5, and that council supports the town of Orangeville's resolution 25093 and directs that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, our local MPP, and AMO.
All those in favor? It's carried. Department reports.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to play catch up, we have similarly to the capital projects and initiatives quarterly report and the finance quarterly report, staff have compiled an operational quarterly report, which is in your package. I think key highlights for our forward-facing group who are out in our community. It was a very long winter. We had several significant weather events, lots of activities in our community services area. Our development group increased applications. We'll be bringing council a bit more detailed report on the fact that we're seeing much more development activity this year than we have in the past. And I made the mistake in my area, council, of including more of the storm report, which should be on my next report, but I thought I'd give you a bit of an update. And as indicated earlier, I'll be bringing a more detailed ice storm and flood report to council in the next cycle. So, and I guess with that, Mr. Mayor, if there's questions for specific areas, we'd entertain those.
So just to be clear here, we have this summary, but then we're going to be going through the individual reports.
No, Mr. Mayor, this is a summarized quarterly report for each one of the departmental areas.
Okay, I'm just, again,
Sure, yeah.
I'm a little dull here, but so we have like 12.6.2, which is finance Q1 budget report, are we?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm just speaking to the high level.
Okay,
And then each one of, yes, the more individual departmental reports, absolutely, you will be having discussion about those.
Okay.
This is really, instead of the monthly reports, we've highlighted it in a quarterly version.
that's fine, that's fine. Councilor McKelvey?
So I just need to understand. So instead of, I'm just going to use Mike Timmons, sorry. Instead of Mr. Timmons giving us a separate report and sitting at the end of the table and going through it and us asking questions, we're going to get this quarterly. Is that what we're doing?
We'd like to do that, Councillor McKelvey. I'm really sorry. I just took a little bit of muffin. At the next report, we'll have more stats related for you, so you can see trends year over year. But we would like to move to a quarterly operational report. I have to be honest that doing the monthly reports, we're looking back at what has already happened. And I'm looking to utilize staff time in the most efficient manner as well. So if I can have staff sitting here, every 3 or 4 months, ready to answer council's questions, that's a little bit more efficient. Thanks.
Councilor Ingram?
Through the chair, can I ask our fire chief what apparatus is out of service right now and how long? Please, thank you.
Through the chair to Councilor Ingram, yes, engine 7 is out for service. And at this time, I do not have an anticipated return date. My last conversation, so it's currently sitting at Cavalcade Ford and Bracebridge. They were the only area or place close that could do the amount of work that is required. So they are working on the Ford part of it, so the engine part that was damaged. And they are currently waiting for parts from, I'm not sure if it was Pierce or Commercial for the actual fire truck parts. So I have no
Thank you.
actual date.
How are you working without number 7?
Well, obviously,
Like
8 and 9 are running a little bit more often and for, you know, the few bushfires that we've had, it's a little bit more difficult to get 8 and 9 up in there than 7 would have,
Yep.
but
Okay.
touch wood, to date, we are managing.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Sani?
Yeah, thanks. Further to that, were all our emergency personnel safe in this situation? And is this something that will be covered as we make a claim regarding the ice storm and the damages and things that we have to claim because of emergency? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Sani, yes, all the firefighters that were on board the apparatus during the accident were fine and uninjured. They had actually, I believe it was actually Director Timmons was driving by shortly thereafter and picked up a group of the firefighters and took them, met up with another apparatus so that they could continue on to the call that they were responding to. And then we had one firefighter had to stay with the apparatus until the tow truck arrived. So yeah, fortunately, everyone was uninjured. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Sure, if you will know this at this point, but I would like to know if the insurance will cover this because of the ice storm and the damage there. And that's probably something that we don't have an answer to because of the province postponing our emergency at this point. But if we could have that as a follow-up, thank you.
Just to my knowledge, it does not fall under the scope of the ice storm, the state of emergency blanket coverage for reimbursement through the province, but it is going through our insurance policy.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I think to council's question, we are going to ask the question about just about everything that happened during the ice storm and whether the province will cover it. And if not, then it will be through insurance.
Okay. So Johansson?
This is for community services. Skating harness, was that installed?
It's okay, I
Well, we'll figure it out.
We're just getting our steps in, through the chair to Councillor Johannesson. The ice skating harness, they were there yesterday. They did run into another bracket issue. So it's halfway set up. They are returning early next week. At this point, we're in with the engineer for the corrections. The technicians can't do that without the engineer, but the bracket is being refabricated today in-house, so it's not going to be the pulley situation. And then I'll have a concrete date, hopefully by Monday, but I have requested that this is done by end of next week.
Will we all get to try it? True. True. All right. Councillor McKelvey, you had a fire question? He's back.
Sorry, I went back to where we were. Now I have to look. I think there was a comment on ongoing recruitment. Are we down firefighters? I think that was my question.
Through the chair, we do have 3 openings right now, and we just actually did a hiring process a couple of weeks ago. And our director of human resources is doing background checks as we speak, and hopefully we will be back up to full complement within a week or so.
CAO?
And to Councillor McKelvey's question, my understanding is this is a posting that we leave out sort of constantly, just we don't stop recruiting, just so that we have people in the queue when an opening comes up. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, please.
Again, do you want to go through them? I have no more for you if that's what you were asking. Sorry. For roads, I'm wondering, Dysart was going to come to start the street sweeping, I thought before now, but I'm just wondering if that's still in the. They are here? Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, yeah, like I have a bunch, never. I don't like.
Let's read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receives the departmental report first quarter as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Mr. Timmons, you're back.
Morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor Carter. Before you have Aqua Stormwater Mapping Award Report. So this is in relation to the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Approval, a bit of a mouthful, CLIECA. This is something that's been initiated over the last couple of years and was in discussion around this time, probably last year, when we sort of implemented and we talked to budget implications. So what this what this project entails is mapping of the stormwater system. Brief description of the scope is included. It's a largely a surveying endeavor. We'll be mapping and marking all the ground level structures, all the underground structures, inverts, outlets to the river, all these critical pieces of infrastructure that are now required to be mapped, and some of the changes that have come will be included in this process. We received three. This was through Aqua did the tendering process. They received 3 quotes. You can see at the bottom, fairly competitive this time around, with Engage Engineering being the low bid at $19,085. So the recommendation in this case is to award this work to Engage Engineering for that cost of $19,085.48 plus HST.
So just one second. So just clarify, this is only stormwater?
That's right. This is a stormwater, and this is should be noted, this is included in the operating budget. So we're not requesting
Right,
additional funds.
and then the update process for, like, if you make changes, is this, will it be easy to keep this up to date, or is this a one-time view?
Through the chair, we would be able to update it. We would be able to update it through the, you would have to go back into the CAD essentially. You'd have to make a file and add it, but certainly if we made significant changes, we would capture that by survey and have that added to the map.
So I'll get to you in a second, Councilor Ingham. Just it's you said significant changes. It would seem to me that you would want to put in any change.
Sure.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
it's just so that this is not a one-time view. This is something that we would have that would be maintained and kept up to date.
That's correct. And to your point, it is changes are required to be captured. So that would all be part of the program.
Okay, sorry, Councilor Ingram, sorry about that.
Through the chair. I have concerns. Great, this is getting done, but I do have some concerns that we got Aqua involved in this because we don't have combined sewers. So we don't treat stormwater. So we paid basically another $3,000 to have Aqua put the tender out when we could have done that ourselves. You follow me?
I
Right?
think I'm looking to Mr. Timmons.
Through the chair, that is true. However, this was part of what we discussed last year when we put, I believe, $56,000 into the operating budget at a cost plus format. So that's included in here. This is the type of work we were Aqua presented and was included in that money.
Okay, but I understand that, but we don't have combined sewer, so I'm not sure why we're paying 15% for Aqua to put out a tender we could have put out. That's what my concern is, and I think we should look at that moving forward. That's all. I know this work has to be done, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good point. Yeah. Counselor McKelvey?
So there's two different issues as far as this Aqua. So, Aqua's already done it, so we can't do anything about it. So we've paid Aqua to put this tender. Now we have a tender we're going to accept. But are we going to administer this, or is Aqua going to administer? Because then we are paying not only Engage, but another 15% to Aqua to actually go out and do this work, which I do struggle with that. It's stormwater. It's not part of Aqua's contract. It's not wastewater. Are they administering the program?
Through the chair, that was the intention. And again, it is as amended in Aqua's contract now at that $56,000. That is what that money was allotted for, is this. So I understand what you're saying. If we would prefer to make the changes, absolutely, we could take that direction. But that was my understanding when we brought this forward previously, was that this would be managed through Aqua.
And sorry, back to the future changes, is that something that, do we have these files? Do we keep them up to date, or are we talking about Aqua on an ongoing basis?
No, through the chair, we would have the files. You would need a surveyor to put a CAD file together, so it's not something
Sure.
we would be able to do in-house. But we could, in lack of a better term, cut out the middleman if we wanted to do that directly, with Aqua being the middleman.
Well, I assume that most of the changes that would be made, there'd be an engineer involved anyway, so.
Yeah.
They've been known to put together a CAD file or two.
Absolutely.
Counselor McKelvey?
So I just need to understand, and this is way too techy for me, but it talks about identify the invert size and direction, blah, blah, blah. Like, will it identify something like the one that's out front here that's been a foot above grade, that it's an issue?
Through the chair, it will identify elevations at what we would call grade level, as well as inverts, which is your basically underside of a pipe. So you have your pipe elevation underground, and then you would also capture elevations and locations of surface levels. So to your point, that grade would be captured in this.
So once that's captured in a report, I mean, obviously it's captured in our mind because we see it for the last 2.5 years as we pull in here. Once it's in a report, then we really have to do something with those elevations, because that's where your liability is going to start to, like.
Through the chair, I don't disagree. This would be the first step in probably identifying, I mean, to your point, yes, we're all aware of it. But I do believe it's a bigger issue than just tackling some of these individual items. I think this would be the first step of identifying maybe overall issues that we can then work forward, move forward on our storm system. Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Thank you. Through you to council, and just to tag on, this also will really lay a foundation for us to go after some funding that's available. So to Councillor McKelvey's point, we can all walk out of this building and visually see something, but this is going to give us the tangible that we can go after some other levels of government funding as well.
Any other questions on this? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Sini, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives report 2508, Public Works Aqua Storm Water Mapping Award as information, and that council directs staff to award the work to Engage Engineering for an estimated $19,085.48 plus HST.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Timmons. Ms. Kosh?
Good morning, council, through the chair. The report in front of you is to execute the Hazardous and Special Product Services Agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, effective January 1st, 2025. On March 19th, 2025, Product Care Association of Canada issued a new service agreement that would replace the previous amending agreement that was executed in 2022. The new service agreement being presented by Product Care for execution is for designated solvents, paints, coatings, and pesticides. Revenue from Product Care related to these designated materials is collected once we collect these materials at our hazardous waste event, and that has been included in our budget for this year. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Ingram.
Through the chair, thanks, Chelsea. This is great. What happens to the other products? Do we have agreements with other companies that take your other products that are included?
So through the chair, we do have agreements with 3 other pros. So with RISE and also AMS.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
Just something clicked in here when you mentioned the date. So it's gone retro because they're still changing everything constantly, I'm assuming. But I think our bylaw then needs to also go we need to approve an agreement that's retro.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we can make an amendment to the bylaw that's required.
Thank you.
So since, I'm asking this for all the people out there in TV land who don't understand exactly what's going on, because it reflects the fact that I don't know exactly what's going on. But so the event we had this past weekend, so how in practical terms does that work with this?
So through the chair, we get an invoice from GFL and it'll itemize all the materials that was collected. Once I get that, I then go into the portal for, in this case, PCA, and input the specific materials that we have an agreement for. And then in the agreement is a dollar amount that we get for the kilograms of collected. So I put that into the portal, submit it, and then they send us the money. And
And
that's, sorry,
similarly with the other groups too?
through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I hope everybody out there now understands. Any other questions? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Sami, that council receives report 2504 Waste Management Hazardous and Special Products HSP Services Agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, and that council approves the Hazardous and Special Products HSP Services Agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, Attachment A, and further that bylaw 2555 as amended, Attachment B, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement, be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Community Services.
So the report that is before you is for the township to enter program license agreement with SOS for Kids. This would have the recreation coordinator become a program facilitator and would be able to offer to the community the home alone safety for kids, as well as the babysitting course for youth. We've had inquiries at the community service department for these programmings because the closest for these programs is either in Bracebridge or in Lindsay. So the recreation coordinator further looked into it. And this program allows us to become the program facilitator and to be in control of the delivery of the program and the registration, where we have the facilitation kit cost for the home alone safety for kids, and then the instructional guide costs for there and the manual. So we have incorporated in the registration fee for $40 per youth that would cover the cost association for the facilitation kit for the home alone safety would be paid in 14 registrations, which is approximately 2 courses because we do a 1-to-10 ratio. And then the babysitting instructor guide would be paid with 5 registrations, so one course. We're looking to run this programming alternating PA days as well as some in the summer as well. So kind of alternating the programming and the demand. If there's any questions.
Questions, Councillor McKelvey?
So I know the babysitting course has been held here. I thought it was being done by other groups. I just don't want to try and step on other groups trying to do this. Also, your cost you're talking about does not cover the cost of staff, correct?
So, well, it's already in our operational budget for the staff. So these courses would be running on the regular hours of the recreation coordinator.
So would they be running in the evening when kids aren't in school?
We would be starting with PA days
Oh, okay.
and then like during March break or as well as summer.
Okay.
So it's a 1-day course.
Councillor Sani?
I'm looking at the $40 per youth and just don't want cost to be something that prevents people from signing this up. So if there is any situations that people aren't coming forward just because that's an extra $40 on a household, maybe we could find another way to address that. I know there's be lots of donors out there as well that would want to make sure that people have access to this program. So just something to keep in mind. If we need to do some fundraising around this, please let me know. Thank you.
And through the chair to Councillor Sani, we did look at the other courses. So your Red Cross and St. John's, they're about $80 for the course. So we were trying to keep it within our $40 of like a day camp or programming. So to limit that, but definitely we'll take note.
Any other questions? Councillor Ingham?
You're teaching this course?
No, the recreation coordinator is.
No, but someone, we don't want you doing that, that's for sure. Okay, you look after the.
I don't think the kids want me either. They definitely want Megan.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Councillor McKelvey?
Well, on that, if we have one person taking the course and then they're sick, what happens then?
So it would be like regular, we would have to,
Just
we'd
cancel.
we'd have to reschedule. I can say from what we get through in camps and that would be a pretty low.
Okay, any other questions? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Sani, seconded by Councillor Hannahson, that council receives report 2510, Community Services Department proposed program license agreement with SOS for Kids as information, and that council approves the proposed program license agreement with SOS for Kids and for the Township of Minden Hills to become a program delivery partner. And further, that bylaw 2556 to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement with SOS for Kids be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. You're moving on to 2511.
Yes, so before you is the report for the Lockland Community Center Advisory Committee February meeting minutes in their draft form. The committee did bring forth a recommendation to council in this meeting to have representation of the advisory committee members for the assessment of the expression of interest with staff prior to council's review. It was reviewed with the committee that in these processing outside is not brought in. It's in a closed session of the
Thank you. Through the chair, and to assist with the Director of Community Services. So this particular expression of interest is actually reviewed by council and is considered a closed matter as it's a negotiation process. So that's sort of the reasoning why the recommendation isn't within the draft resolution before council today. We also wanted to sort of mention to council that we will be reaching out very shortly to arrange another meeting with the committee to get forward and start discussing next steps for this project.
Any questions, Councillor McKelvey?
I guess that's what I'm wondering. What are the next steps? Because this can's been kicked down the road so many times and you know, we have members of council wanting to make decisions here. We have a committee of dedicated volunteers in the community are saying what is happening. And it's really hard when I don't know. So what is happening?
So through the chair, to council's point, I think the first initial step will be actually just having a discussion with the committee and advising of the turnout from the expression of interest. And then the committee can have a discussion at that meeting, and sort of discuss what their thoughts on next steps are, along with staff providing some guidance and assistance.
Councillor McKelvey?
So the committee became very actively involved and wanted to be involved in this. And at one point was told that's really not fair to them. This is outside the realm of an advisory committee. And we're kind of told, no, you're no longer going to be part of this. So I'm sitting here as a member of council who actually also is on the Laughlin Advisory Committee. And I'm wondering, what is the next step at this table? Because if we go back to the committee and they want to do this, 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 and this, and then it comes, and then staff said, well, they really shouldn't be involved in this. So like, I'm so confused, and the committee is extremely confused and frustrated, and I don't know what to tell them. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. With Councillor Sissons also.
Madam CAO first.
Sure, and but I'll acknowledge that Councillor Sisson wanted to jump in as well. I think Councillor McKelvey has a very good point. And so the intention would be to have the Laughlin Committee together to give them an update on the current status of where things sit. It then would be incumbent upon staff to bring back to council any previous information. I know the committee had an idea that they wanted to float, but we were in the middle of an EOI process. And so for me, that's part of getting the committee back together is if they had an idea they wanted to explore further, I think now's the timing for that. But to Councillor McKelvey's point, it really, the advisory committee, it isn't fair to say to them, what do you want to do about this township asset? I think it would be incumbent upon staff following the advisory committee update and brief discussion to bring information back to council.
Councillor Sisson?
I think at the end of the day, it's going to have to come from this table. What's going to happen in Laughlin Hall. The committee is not going to pay the bills. It has to be a council decision. So yes, we can include them in, but at the end of the day, it's going to come from here. And that's what we need to decide.
Councillor McKelvey?
And we need to decide here very soon. We have kicked this can down the road for so long. It's growing mold. It's like the engineer's reports are so outdated, we'll probably get told we have to have another one. Like council needs to decide, are you with it or are you not? Because we're wasting a lot of staff time and we're wasting a lot of community time. And I personally want to move on this. I want to do something with the Laughlin Hall. And I'm just so tired of it being kicked down the road that, well, we'll go to this committee and we'll ask, but then we're really not supposed to have them involved in it. So we'll do this. And this is not a criticism of staff. It's a criticism at this table. Let's make a decision.
Well, I thought the going out for the expression of interest was to lead us to,
But it,
coming to a decision, but the council rejected that, right? We had one person who.
we had got in
interested.
full session, Mr. Mayor. I know that the clerk's back here having the hearing, but that's fine. Now I can tell the committee. Perfect. Because they're asking what happened. That works for me. So what are we gonna do now? Because now that you have announced that we had one submission and we turned it down, what are we going to do with the Lachlan Hall?
You're on the committee.
And we get nowhere.
MCO.
I would recommend we give an official update to the advisory committee and then staff brings back information to this council. You have had some in the past, but I can't imagine you remember the information. We'll bring back information and then council can make an informed decision.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Ingham.
Through the chair. There were options available to the committee, I believe, at one point. If they're reasonable, can we consider those? Or ask them to consider something reasonable at the committee level? And then at least if we have an idea of what they would be happy with, then we can sit down and figure out whether we can afford this or how we go about getting it done. I think they have to, they're part of their, being a part of this has to come, their ideas have to be looked at by us. But at the end of the day, as you said, Councillor Sisson, we have to make that decision. Well, let's allow them to make, to suggest some things and we'll go from there. We don't even know how big the project's going to be because we don't even know.
Councillor Saney, you had your hand up, I'm not.
I did, this has gone on way too long and it's very frustrating and there's stuff going on behind the scenes on why we do things, whether it's because of insurance and safety and all of those kinds of things that aren't always front and center of this kind of looking at our options and the liability. And yeah, it used to be the time when we could do a community barn raising and those times are gone because of all sorts of other things, but love to just do it. You know, if I was king of the jungle, I would just like to say that we've got a building, it's a problem. I've been in there, I've been in the basement 8 years ago and it was a problem then. And I would just like to see us recycle the bricks, do a slab on grade, get modular housing and have it up by the end of the year. And it can be just a large space, something that later you can put in different kinds of walls or movable or whatever, but it'd have a kitchen and a washroom that are all accessible and just see what that would cost. This was a donated property that we've inherited. We've got to keep our community centers active and safe. And in the meantime, just making sure that ball field is working and all the other kinds of services that are on that property at this point. If we want to do more in the future around housing or stuff, there might be some options. I just like us to see, let's get a cost, move forward, see if we can do something and just put that to the committee and have something to build on as opposed to now what, with my hands up in the air. So thank you.
Councillor McKelvey?
There were several options discussed at the committee level. They decided on what size they felt they needed. There was talk of relocating the building over onto a slab and then the prices came back being different. Like there was lots of different opportunities to decide where they wanted to move forward. However, it was kind of, the staff advised the committee that this really wasn't fair to them to be involved in deciding such a big project. So it was kind of pulled away from the committee. And I don't know if I'm saying it right or not.
Yeah.
It was our CAO that said, you know, it's not really fair to a bunch of volunteers to have to decide such a big project. This is not a committee advisory function. So then, yes, we went for expressions of interest. It didn't work. What are we doing next? Because this ball's in this court. Am I
MCAO.
Yeah, and I think Councillor McKelvey, you are correct. We were looking for input as Councillor Ingram has described. I mean, I guess my thought on it is this council's responsibility to say we have a municipal asset, and it's not the committee's responsibility to figure out how we're going to fund things, for instance. They gave a lot of input. They've put in a lot of hours into this. And so I do think it needs to come back to this committee or to this council.
But there has to be something concrete that comes back that
Correct.
says, this is what we're going to do. This is how much it's going to cost. And does council support that expenditure? Right? It's just that it's pretty much it's a project, is it not?
Yes. So I think council, if you recall,
No.
if you recall, there have been reports to council in the past. And, as part of a budget process and that sort of thing. So what I'm suggesting is that we bring back that information to you. You've had some information in the past, and then we decided to try an EOI process. My recommendation is let's resurrect that information, put it on the table. I think what you're hearing from the council representatives on the committee and on behalf of the committee is we need to make a decision based on some of that information. I just feel we owe it to the committee to have a meeting with them and give them an official update on where we stand.
Okay, so when can we come back to this council with a proposal?
We would schedule a June advisory committee meeting, and following that, we could come back to council.
Councilor McKelvey?
I am totally in favor of keeping the committee informed and bringing them in the loop and doing all those great things. But I'm not going to wait until we schedule a meeting for them to be told what hasn't worked. And then we come back to council with it. We have information, we've had information, it's been at this meetings, been at the committee. Staff needs to bring it back, and maybe I'm being unreasonable, but I would hope we could bring it to the next meeting. And council puts their money where their mouth is. Like, we're just kicking the can, and I'm tired of it. I don't want to kick this can anymore. I want to put something on the table and say, we're good. We're going.
Mr. Mayor, if you can let staff take it away, if it's a matter of resurrecting the information that was discussed at budget time, I think we could meet that timeline. If we've got to go and verify some information, I think we would just keep council informed.
Okay, so we'll try to bring it to the next meeting. Councilor Sani?
Yes, and in bringing it to the next meeting, I'm going to ask if maybe even our head of our building department could play king of the jungle here. But we have two modular home construction companies in our Minden area, for example. They do more than homes. They can do modular construction. So I'm just wondering.
We're going to get into that discussion. Sorry, I have to declare.
Okay, I'll take out who are the modular home construction.
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor,
but one of those.
Can we just, I'm so,
Before you, hang on. Just
No.
let's let the clerk.
sorry, we have gotten a little off here. Really, we need to proceed with this resolution to approve the minutes. Staff have the direction to come back with a report. And then we can have further discussions once the reports before council to make any further decisions.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, and just to put Councillor Sani's mind at rest, our chief building official was involved in all of the reports previously. So if you'll just leave it with us to bring back, then we can have those discussions. Thank you.
We good? Councilor Sani?
Yeah, I guess I would like to see something come forward
Okay,
concretely.
we're trying for the
Thank
next meeting. Councilor McKelvey, did you I thought you had this up. Okay,
Minute?
go.
Okay. Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receive report 2511, Community Services Department, Laughlin Community Center Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated February 18th, 2025 as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Before you, we have report 25011. This is the statutory requirements under the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code under section 7(2) of the Building Code Act and under Division C 1.9 section of the Ontario Building Code. I preface this with, this is not a financial audit of the building department. It is strictly a reporting process to make the governance proper. Happy to take any questions.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey?
And I'm not sure if the question is for you or not. It may be more for our treasurer, but I'm struggling with the math. We have direct costs and indirect costs, which come to almost $8,000. We have revenues of I'm trying to find 369, I think. I'm not sure, but I don't see where this is a surplus.
Through the chair, the numbers were provided to me from our finance department. So this essentially is just a reporting aspect of it to meet statutory requirements.
And I understand that, and I'm glad we're doing it, except it's talking about a budget surplus that we're gonna put in the reserve. And I'm not prepared to do that till I understand how we got a surplus. And I realize it's probably not you. It's the numbers. I just need to know more detail on the numbers before I'm prepared to accept this. It's not making sense to me.
So through the chair, the surplus is unaudited. So that would be worked through the final preparation of the 24 audit. Sorry, feedback. So in the building department, the way the legislation works, the funds have to be directed to the building reserve under the act, so that it is carved out of the overall surplus of the township.
Councilor McKelvey?
I would need to know what the revenues were before I could determine, because, and I understand the legislation, and I have no problem with doing what's required of it. If you make more money than you spend, you have to put it in the reserve, and then you have that reserve increase. I can't tell from this report, because it's not giving me the right information for me to make an informed decision on what we're going to put into the building department's reserve account at the end of last year.
So through the chair, that would come in a separate report with the audit for numbers. This is just the unaudited numbers and an estimate at the time the report was produced.
How did we come up with the 2024 unaudited budget surplus of 114,624.36? That's what I need to know before I can accept this report, because we're really accepting this report that it complies with the act. I can't do that yet,
So through the chair, that was the numbers at the time of the report was created for what the revenues and expenditures were in the department. And the difference.
But we're not given that information.
It will come forward, as I said before, through the chair on a separate report when the final audit is complete.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying before I get to you, and just trying to determine here, are we just receiving this report or are we approving the number? I mean, that's why I'm a little confused now.
That's correct. Mr. Mayor, we're just receiving it as information.
So what's the purpose then? I guess is if we don't have real numbers, why are we doing it? So I'm a bit lost.
Yeah, it's interesting. I asked some of the same questions, and what was indicated to me is this is a template. If our chief building could, because I was doing the same thing as Councillor McKelvey, I wanted to understand, and for me, I thought there should be another line that says, and here's the overall surplus. This, if my understanding is correct, is a template on the OBA website that we are required to fill in for statutory reporting. I think what we're hearing council saying is it's hard to do that without some of the other information. But this is really a statutory requirement for the building division.
Okay. But if it's statutory and, which tends to be, hey, we are the government and we want you to publish, numbers so that, they're transparent. But we're also saying that we don't have all of the numbers. Like, how do you make this as a statutory report if you don't have accurate numbers? Am I missing something? Councilor McKelvey?
So the building code does require this to be done every year. I'm glad to see it's here. It's been something that's lacked for a while. It's not the first time I've mentioned it. So, but you have to know your numbers. You got to know $500,000 in revenues, $300,000 in expenses, and $200,000 goes to the reserve. Until I see those kinds of very simple math, I can't support any of this. We have not complied with the act without providing us with that. And like, I don't know what the template is, but this doesn't work, sorry. We need those information before we can say we have complied with the act, or that we are agreeing that we're going to put in 114,624 in the reserves.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, I'm just getting told that it was a template, and
Well,
I don't
think
know if
that's
it is, but it won't work for me.
I think that's what we question, Kevin.
Right, so through the chair. So there's a statutory requirement that we provide the information upon request, not necessarily as a report through council to be approved. However, I understand council's concerns today, and so we can actually draft the resolution to defer the report.
Until we can
And-
get the further
And then
information.
we'll just bring it back. Okay,
Yeah,
is
because
that?
if we're going to approve something, it has to be real numbers, and it has to be totally transparent. Councilor Sandy?
Yeah, just thank you. And for clarification, the reason this has to be done, as I understand it, is because our building department cannot make money, and the public needs to know that we do not make money on our building department. So all of those fees that are being paid for all the different kinds of planning and services that the building department offers is something that does not create an income for this municipality. It does not subsidize the tax, for example. So it's only for the building department, and we only take in, and what we spend has to be registered with the government. So that's the reason this is here. But I would agree that it's not clear to me without even having like the budget lines and things of where did our money come from? Is it mostly from Shore Road allowance? I don't know. So wherever it came from, these numbers aren't clear to me to understand, and making sure that and we have gotten complaints from the public that are concerned that we are making money in our building department because of the fees, and we're not. And that's what we're trying to show here. So I think when this comes back, we need some clarification that just says that clearly. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
this is very specific to building only. Does not include planning, anything else, and it's certainly not shoreline road lots. This is building permit fees and building permit administration costs. And it has to be very specific.
All right, I think we're clear. So we.
But
now-
according to this, we did make money, and that's why I want this back.
So through the
let's
chair,
Receive and defer.
right. So Counselor McKelvey and Counselor Sisson, I've made amendment to the motion that basically states that council defers the report. 2511 annual financial report for enforcement of the Building Code Act to a future meeting of council for review. Okay, so moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council defers report 2511, Building and Bylaw Services Annual Financial Report for enforcement of the Building Code Act to a future meeting of council for review.
All those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. Wasn't that fun? Madam Doherty. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning. So report 25-37 is an application to deem a portion of lot 42 of Plan 211 not to be part of a plan of subdivision. We did tie the bylaw to a specific pin, as not all of lot 42 forms part of the subject lands, but approval of the bylaw would permit the property owners to proceed with purchase of the shore road allowance.
Questions, Councillor McKelvey?
Sorry, I'm still trying to find this because my agenda showed a different order.
Through Mr. Mayor, so it's should be report 25-37 for PLBD or DBL 2025-013 clerk.
Okay, sorry, I have found it and I do have a question.
Okay.
So it's referring to part of lot 42 on the plan. And I don't understand if it's a lot on a registered plan of subdivision, how we could only deem part of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically speaking, it would be the whole lot. That is normally what we would see. So we don't normally need to address that. In this case, it is specific to a particular property. And so that's why we've tied the pin in, because the pin does relate to that. So that's why it's part of the lot 42. I believe that it would just remove the current lot in its fabric from the subdivision plan.
So lot 42 on a subdivision is now going to be partly deemed not to be part of the subdivision and part of it's not. I've
Through you, Mr.
never
Mayor.
seen such a thing, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that would be correct. And it is new to me as well. And it actually is related to both of the applications. Normally it is strictly to the entirety of the lot. I can't account for the history of how the lots ultimately were divided on the current parcel mapping, the current lot fabric. But somewhere down the road, although the plan of subdivision is still in place, the lot lines did not maintain the lot fabric of Plan 211.
And this is simply so that somebody can purchase shoreline road allowance. Is that
Correct.
why we're doing this?
Yes, yes. When a property is registered on a plan of subdivision, it's not able to be merged with other lands. So in this case, where they want the shore road allowance to be merged to their property, it has to be removed from the plan of subdivision.
Is there any downside to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not to my knowledge, no.
Councilor McKelvey?
So, like, it's not unusual to do this at all. You do a deeming bylaw and they're no longer part of that plan of subdivision, and then you can add a shoreline road allowance closure to it, or if somebody was trying to consent application and take a strip off here and add it to there. I've just never seen it where it's part of a lot. And did we check with the lawyer on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so all of the applications that come to us from deeming bylaw are initiated with the lawyer first. So it was our lawyer that indicated that this needed to be removed from plan of subdivision.
Councilor McKelvey.
Okay, so, but did we check with our municipal lawyer that we can actually deem part of a lot on a plan of subdivision as opposed to the, all of the lot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did not confirm in advance. I went on the basis of what was provided by the lawyer, and that's why we tied it to a pin.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receive report 2537 planning application PLD BL 2025013 as information, and that bylaw 2557 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda to deem part of lot 42 registered plan 211 not be part of a registered plan of subdivision.
All those in favor? It's carried. Going on to your next one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, report 25-38 is for PL DBL 2025-021 Caldwell. So again, this is to deem lot 20 and parts of lot 19 and 21 of plan 328 not to be part of a plan of subdivision, as lots 19 and 21 also affect other properties. Again, we did tie it to a specific pin. And this will allow them to continue with the purchase of the short allowance.
So this is similar.
Yes, that's
Similar
right.
situation.
Yes.
Any questions? Let's read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receive report 2538 planning application PLDBL 2025021 is information, and that bylaw 2558 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda to deem part of lot 19, lot 20, and part of lot 21 registered plan 328 not be part of a registered plan of subdivision.
All those in favor? That is carried. Next one. Short-term rentals.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so report 25-39 is specific to the license of occupation requirements for short-term rentals. So I did review the previous discussions from 2024 around license of occupation for the short-term rentals. From the review, I was not able to identify any changes required to the existing bylaw or policy 45B, but I anticipate there are questions.
Questions? Go ahead.
So if I understand this correctly, if I own a piece of property on a lake, I could put a dock in. I don't have to get a building permit, and I do not have to have a license of occupation. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Mayor, where we're speaking about municipally owned lands?
Yes.
Yes.
But if I put that dock in and then decide I want to apply for a short-term rental, I all of a sudden have to get a license of occupation, which requires a survey cost in there somewhere. A lot higher insurance, and I don't see that being fair. And I still go back to, it was this whole definition of structure. I don't believe we intended docks to have to go through this way. It looks like it's come through, and I clearly didn't understand that. I thought structure was a gazebo or a shed or part of the building itself that they're going to sleep in.
Look, I think that whatever the intention or the definition was, is, it may be moot now because this is all an insurance issue as opposed to anything else, or may not be. I know that when they talked about the ability to indemnify, I don't know if they can do that for the municipality. you know, there is, it comes down to, it's our land and somebody is operating a commercial business on our land. So that's where the insurance issue comes up. Look, I don't, you know, initially, I think we thought that anybody that was going to have a short-term rental would buy the shoreline road allowance, and then everything becomes moot. But the fact of the matter is that that's not necessarily happening. And so when we determined that there were so many that where this was an issue, we came up with the, I don't know whether you want to call it a stopgap or a solution that would be, hey, we can give you and so you don't have to stop business now. We can give you the ability to have some sort of a license of occupation until you acquire your shoreline road allowance. I think, initially it was thought of to be buildings, but because of the insurance, it becomes the docks also. So look, I'm not happy with this, but our goal here is to protect the municipality, and that's the issue. Councillor Sisson.
Did we not just agree this morning to relook at this and with the delegation? So I think we need to relook at it. If they're losing business because of us, we don't need to lose any business in Minden Hills. So I think we need to relook big time then.
I would really like to look at this indemnification that they say that they can provide, because then that clears us. But we have to know the insurance and the legal issues. We have to relook at it. I agree. Councillor McKelvey?
So a couple of points made there. When the county started getting into the short-term rental regulations, the problems that we wanted to control were the people that were renting out their places with a septic system that was designed for one bedroom. And they were having enough people in there for 5 bedrooms or more, and the septics were not covering. That was one of our primary, we must do something. The second was the parties and the disruption to the community around those things. I don't think anybody ever got into this because we wanted to ensure that we have insurance, and it's not a commercial business, because if it was a commercial business, we would be regulating this under our zoning bylaw. It was deemed not to be that. That's why we've had to go a separate way with this. And commercial businesses right now can put a dock out, not buy their shoreline road allowance, and operate a marina. And we're not protected. So I don't know where we got that idea.
Somewhere along the line, it came from an insurance company.
Well, I think the insurance companies are just getting out of control. We're shutting down people. They're trying to earn a living. We're shutting down people that are cleaning these places. And we've gone so far off the rails that we forgot why we wanted to do this to start with.
Well, I'm not sure we've gotten off the rails, and it was not only the septic. There were 6 or 7 reasons why we got involved in all this. I mean, years we've looked at this, and part of the problem is when you go out and look at other locations, for instance, if you look at Blue Mountain as an example, just picking them at random, they have no shorelines. I mean, it was all ski lodges and things like that, and so it was very difficult to find like to like in doing this. I think everywhere along the line we've tried to do best effort, and we bent over backwards to try to make sure that this was a fair bylaw. We heard today that there are some parts of it that are unfair, and we need to look at it, but we also need to protect the municipality. So let's look at it and figure out a way to make this happen. I mean, in an ideal world, everybody would buy their shoreline road allowance, but you know, I know for an example, I don't own mine, so you know, I'm not, you know, I'm not suggesting that everybody has to, but we just have to make sure that we do the best we can for everybody here. So, Councilor McKelvey.
So is the definition of structure part of the issue here? Because the definition of structure in the short-term rental bylaw includes walls and a roof, I believe, but we're interpreting it out of our zoning bylaw, which is different, or how
Through-
did docks get in there as a structure?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the short-term rental bylaw can stand on its own. It does have reference to zoning bylaw throughout. They, you know, can work in concert together, but with respect to that specific definition, I think unfortunately it needs to be read in its entirety. And I'm not saying that it doesn't necessarily need refinement, but it says a wall, a roof, floors, and any of them, meaning or just one of them. So anything that could, or a structure resembling one of those three components. So anything that would resemble a floor, so a dock or a detached deck, for example, would fall under the definition of structure. The bylaw does acknowledge docks in 4.1, I believe, as a structure as well. So I think the bylaw on its own recognizes docks as structures. If there was yes, it doesn't refer to docks in the definition of a structure, but nor should it. It's difficult to include an exhaustive list of structures that would fall under that definition. So it's generally not good definition making to do that. Usually what we would do is if there was something to be exempt from that, we would include what should be exempted from that definition. We haven't done that in this case. The bylaw doesn't exempt any particular structures from that definition. So if it needed to be revised to do so, then it would need to include that exemption.
Councilor McKelvey.
What exempts a dock from having to get a building permit in our zoning bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those are non-regulated structures under the building code. But any further than that, I'd have to defer to our CBO because that's the maximum level of my knowledge on docks in the building code.
But, of the outstanding licenses of occupation or the outstanding short-term rental approvals, do you know roughly how many of them are caused by a dock being the need?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, staff, I mean, this is certainly a learning curve for staff as well in terms of implementation. And so there are currently anyone who's submitted a short-term rental license who requires a license of occupation and has submitted that. As long as they're moving through the process, then we have not held any of them up. If there's an issue that arises, then we certainly would address that. Anything that's being held up would be anyone who has not submitted a license of occupation where it's been identified that one is required. But anyone who is submitted for a license of occupation, we are assisting them in moving through the process.
But do we know how many of those are just because there's a dock?
Off the top of my head, no. I know we have a total of 14 applications for license of occupation. Don't know how many offhand short-term rental licenses we have submitted entirely. I'd say half of them are maybe dock only. A lot of them do have other structures in the shoreline, and I believe 6 of them are tied to a requirement to purchase the shorewood allowance. So approximately 7 of them are for accessory structures. It might not be just docks, though.
Councilor Ingram.
Get my ignorance, but could we not just remove docks from the description?
You know, I don't know that it changes. Look, the issue I have is just with insurance, okay? So that's what I want to find out, whether or not, you know, it's a dock, a gazebo, a boat lift, whatever it is. I don't really care what the thing is. I just want to make sure that we have adequate insurance that covers us if something happens in, on our property. So. Okay, Counselor Saney.
Yeah, exactly. And protecting the full municipality. I liked one of the options that was put forward is we have a category A and B. What about a category C? In terms of working with the professionals who are doing, companies doing short-term rentals through. So if you go through, it's almost like an incentive, not just with the C, but in other ways that you go through a company for your short-term rental that can do this for you because you're a homeowner. You're not familiar with all the laws and all the building codes where those short-term rental companies are and comply and they act quickly. If we had some kind of way of distinguishing the difference between the two, I think that would help us with this kind of decision-making as well. So and I think it'd also help our local economy and things too.
CAO.
Yeah, I think it's really good discussion amongst council. We heard a delegation this morning. I wrote down from the delegation potential follow-ups around the definition of a structure, the different classes for classifications, and then the indemnification potential. So if that is council's want, I mean, staff can review those areas further and bring back additional information.
Right. I think we need to get it quick so that we can come to a conclusion. Counselor Ingram.
Through the chair, I agree with you. Like, I mean, if it's an insurance issue for you, it's two things for me, but if that's your issue, then let's find that out right
Yeah,
away. That can
exactly.
be, that's a phone call, right? Basically. I don't know, maybe it's more to that, but
Yeah.
whatever. Let's attack it that way first, right? And then we can go from there, because if the insurance is covered, then we really don't have an issue here.
Right. I was part of a discussion where, people were talking about it and they went out to a couple of insurance companies, got totally different answers. And so then they, say, oh, well, we need to go to the insurance bureau or whatever. And yes, I would like staff to be able to make a couple of those phone calls. And again, I care about the municipality being covered. That's my concern. Councillor McKelvey.
I care about the municipality being covered by liability. I mean, we have insurance, so I'm sure we're covered, but we can't start picking and choosing who we're going to do this to. I'm struggling with the fact that a commercial business can set up docks and we don't make them buy their shoreline allowance and we don't make them provide us with additional insured party status. So why are we doing this for short-term rental? And I think we need to go back to the whole, why did we want to regulate short-term rentals? At no time did I want to regulate short-term rentals to get insurance on a dock. I think that just wasn't.
No, that's not the point here.
No.
The point here is covering the municipality from liability. And that's what we have to make sure that we are totally covered. We can't afford a $5 million lawsuit. And unfortunately, as long as joint and several liability exists in this province, that's what we have to be concerned about. So I don't know about the marinas exactly, but can we please talk to insurance companies, talk to lawyers about this indemnification clause of some way of making sure that the municipality is covered. And again, whatever, I don't care about the definition of structures or anything like that. It's really all about us being covered.
So through the chair, it's Councillor Sisson and Councillor McKelvey. that have moved and seconded the motion, so I've just made an amendment. And further, that council directs a report back from staff providing clarification regarding insurance coverages required, including indemnification, definition of structure and classifications. Okay, so moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council receives report 2539 planning license of occupation requirements related to short-term rentals for information. And further, that council directs a report back from staff providing clarification regarding insurance coverages required, including indemnification, definition of structure and classifications.
All those in favor? That is carried. And sooner than later.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finance.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For my first report, 2511. This is the result of an auction that we had of some surplus equipment and the monetary results thereof. And the recommendation is to put the funds into each of the individual reserve accounts because the original purchases came from those accounts.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey.
I'm fine with that part of the recommendation. I'm just wondering when the next stage is going to be because the generator at the arena still hasn't been put.
Yep. So through the chair, we're just working through the next phase of the next auction because we also have a tandem that will be going. So we want to coordinate everything that together so that it's one auction at once.
And obviously there were some items that didn't get bids.
Yeah, so those would come forward again in the next auction.
And then at some point you decide, like, I think there was old computers or things.
Yeah.
They go to a charity or something like that after.
Yeah,
some
so
period of time.
they're very nominal items.
Okay. Councilor McKelvey.
So you just mentioned if they don't sell, they go to a charity. Is that what we do? Like I just.
No.
We have to
Sorry.
look at something because we can't just keep them forever.
Oh, and I agree. They should be offered to staff one, in my opinion, but that's just me.
Through the chair, so if it's unsuccessful again in the next auction, there would be a recommendation coming forward what direction council wants us to proceed.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
And just to let the mayor know before I read this resolution, lunch is here. Okay. So moved by Counselor Hannison, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council approves the proceeds from items from the Public Works Department auction sale to be placed in the Public Works Reserve for future capital needs. And that council approves the proceeds from items from the Community Services Department auction sale to be placed in the Parks Reserve for future capital needs. And further, that council approves the proceeds from items from the fire department auction sale to be placed in the fire reserve for future capital needs.
All those in favor? It is carried. Since there are a number of other items, I think we'll take the break for lunch now in the middle of your finance presentation. And it's 11:44. Let's come back at 12:10. What's it? Come back. We will continue on with our finance reports. I think we're at the Q1 budget report.
So this report is the first quarter of 2025 to show the trending of expenses and revenues as per the approved budget. So I would open up the floor if there's any questions.
I don't really have a question as much as a comment. You know, there were lots of numbers there to test my eyesight. You know, if you could, I would take a look at the Q1 report at the county.
Okay.
And there they highlighted areas where, you know, there may have been something that needed to be explained, you know, because for instance, you know, the quarterly report was high because you paid a loan. You know, your semi-annual loan payment was in the first, so even though it was the number, there was a discrepancy, it was nothing to worry about, but it just gave a little bit of verbiage on different areas that you could concentrate on and explain some of the things. So I would prefer to have something that, you know, we can have these numbers, but have
Yep.
something added to it that gives a bit of more of a commentary. Because particularly the first quarter, it's always, all it takes is for one payment that to come in, you know, an insurance payment or a once a year payment come in, it looks very weird.
Yeah.
So.
No, I definitely will take that back and review that and look at that going for quarter two.
Okay. Questions, Councillor McKelvey?
So on page 6 of 31, I have cemetery wages and benefits have already been allocated. So I'm assuming we're not going to do actuals there. We're just going to say, we believe it's $70,000 and that's what we're going to charge.
So through the chair, the budget historically was an internal transfer based on a calculation. So that's what was proposed in the 25 budget as well. We could look at a different avenue going forward for 26, but that was the basis of that. And yes, it was a full allocation that I did for the entire year to do the internal transfers.
So if I might, like the internal transfers is one part of it where, you know, admin's using a lot of their time to do cemetery sales or whatever it is. Okay, that's the 35,000 and change, but the wages and benefits, these were increased because we were going to start doing the maintenance ourselves at the cemeteries. And like, I would really want to see what the actuals are, not a, we will just spend this much. And it doesn't really reflect what we really have or have not done there.
So through the chair, I could work with the director in that department and look at some costings of bringing back what actuals are and then bring that back to the 26 discussion and see if we can formulate something, because it's not calculating in the system at this time as actuals. It was just a straight allocation percentage.
Can I
Go ahead.
on?
Go ahead.
So when timesheets come in and they say they spent 5 hours at the cemetery, we don't do it that way?
So through the chair, the wages and benefits were allocated fully in CSD and then distributed, I'm using them as an example, and then distributed to where the internal transfers were. No different, for example, from finance, doing water and sewer, and there's a transfer internally to
But-
those departments.
But
So-
that's the internal transfer line.
Yes.
I'm talking about wages and benefits.
Yes, so in the system, we are not tracking actual hours. It's just going straight to that.
See, I really have a problem with that because I don't think even legislation allows you to do that. The costs of the cemetery are very specific in what you have to, you can't just decide it's going to be 90,000 in wages. You know, I have some backup that says, yeah, the timesheets show it was that, like.
So through the chair, like I said, I'd have to take that offline and look at that application.
Okay, that's fine if you take it offline, but I don't want to wait until it's next year that we
Nope.
decide. I think there's a problem that we need to. The other thing I noticed, some of these pages were so small, but internal transfer revenue on page 9 for SGNS, but like the actual is 155,000 and there's a budget of 34. So I'm thinking something's not quite right there.
So I can investigate that and bring that back.
There was like a few in that whole block. There's contributions from reserves that we had a 0 budget and we have 4,000 almost brought from the reserve. It just didn't make sense to me. Not sure where it is, but heating oil and propane, like we've almost met our budget for most of this. So I know propane went up. But a lot of these, Lachlan Hall, we've spent 964 of $1,000 budget, and this is only the first quarter. So you must be seeing the bills are really high, are they?
Yeah, so that would be an investigation that I'd have to look at.
Okay, because it's everywhere, like,
Yeah.
library's almost at its budget, some are over. There just seems to be a lot of that it's really over. Canada Day grant is still showing 0, which, it's first quarter, but have we had any luck getting that grant?
So through the chair, I've actually looked at that this week and the director and I have been monitoring that. And I've sent out an email to the government where we've applied for the grant and I'm waiting for the regional person to get back to me.
And have we heard on any of the other grants? Other than student,
yeah,
but the big ones?
No,
Curling
nothing,
Club roof, those
nothing
look-
yet.
On page 19, it shows municipal taxes as not having a budget and nothing in actuals, which I know we've had one billing, so I'm just wondering.
So,
Something's
so
not
through
right.
the chair, that populates once the final billing's done next week.
But it doesn't even have the budget number.
Okay, I'll get that.
Yeah, just again, heating and oil is definitely only gonna be over budget unless something's not right there. Yeah, roads overhead, heating and propane's over budget by $2,500 already, so there must be something. I don't know that it went up that much. That was it for me.
I think one of the things on the propane, there are a couple of them that are below, but one of the things is that we pretty much filled up every tank during the emergency.
But that would have been
It would have been April, yeah.
so we got this to the end
Yeah,
of March.
that's
It's
the end of March.
concerning.
You're right, yeah. Point. Okay, any other questions? Madam Clerk, you have a resolution or two we could read?
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Marshall, that council receives report 2513 finance 2025 quarter 1 budget to actuals as information.
All those in favor? As carried. Tax sales.
Yeah, so this is a supplementary report to my first report earlier in the year. I took back and heard council's comments on the last report. So, I'm proposing that any of the accounts over $100,000 and 2 years or more in arrears be, forwarded to the registration process. Oh, sorry, 1,000. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, anything else on that? Okay, questions? Sorry, Helen.
I kind of mentioned this before, there's a lot of costs involved in doing tax registration. So you want to make sure it's saleable. Yeah. So are we going to, like, if we just do this blanket, anything over 1,000 outstanding, you go ahead and do it. Like again, I'd like some assessments done. I'd like people, our staff to look at these and pull it up an assessment map and check with planning that it's not hazard land and underwater, or it's not a corner of a piece of road that'll never sell, or it's not, I could go on and on and on.
Right.
There is absolutely no use of putting $2,500 onto this for our fees and then all the agency costs and ending up at the end where you can't sell the property. So it takes a little more time, but I would rather you wait until, maybe fall when you have more time and the planning department has more time and we actually look at these properties, because if we spend $15,000 in agency fees, we don't get that back if we don't sell it. So I just really struggle with carte blanche.
So through the chair, I can look at that as a caveat for these next round of properties to ensure that none of those properties would proceed.
Because I think when you've got some of those odd properties, if there is a tax bill on it, chances are it was somebody who's abandoned the place a while ago.
Yeah.
And we're never collecting that money.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to be throwing good money in after bad.
Yeah. And I think more of those types of properties would be on the lower end because they would have a very low assessment if it was just like, say, a triangle on a corner or one of those types of properties. So I don't think a whole lot of these properties would be in that category.
Well, you'll have the latest 2016 update on the value of the property. From impact. Okay. Any other questions? Read the resolution, please.
Moved by Counselor Yohannesson, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receives report 2514 finance tax sales as information, and that council approves the attached listing to proceed to tax sale, and that all costs associated with the tax sale registrations be added to the tax rolls and be collected as taxes. And further, that if any payment commitment is not adhered to, the property would actually proceed through the tax sale registration process.
Councilor McKelvey?
And sorry, I should have said this before. I can't remember how you worded it, but it's not, we're authorizing tax registration. We are not authorizing tax sales. We can't. So I'm sorry if I sound particular on that, but there is a distinct difference, so. And I still think some of these needs to be evaluated, but I don't sure if we're just giving the blanket.
So we're saying tax sale registrations what's the correct term?
All right, I have here in the resolution that all costs associated with the tax sale registration be added to the tax rolls.
It's
But-
the first part.
But it's the
Council
first
approves-
one. It's the first line, is it?
Council approves affected.
Council approves the attached listing and proceed
To
to
tax
tax
registration.
registration.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so it'd
Yeah.
just be adding that.
Sorry, should have called.
Oh, that's okay.
Like anything that says tax sale registration needs to be tax registration. You don't get to tax sale until way down,
And then, okay, so just take out sale. Okay, can I? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the amendment is Counselor Yohannesson and Counselor Saney. You're comfortable with that amendment? Okay. Moved by Counselor Yohannesson, seconded by Counselor Saney. Excuse me, that council receives report 2514 finance tax. Do you want to say tax registration? But that was the title in the report.
That's fine.
So we should really keep that as it is, as information. And that council approves the attached listings to proceed to tax registration, and that all costs associated with the tax registrations be added to the tax rolls and be collected as taxes. And further, that if payment commitment is not adhered to, the property would automatically proceed to tax registration process.
All those in favor? It's carried. Can you? All right, administration. Lisa. Rotary Club.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, we received a road closure for a special event from the Rotary Club. And it's for Saturday, August 9th. It's for their annual Rotary Fest event. Closure will be from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Bob Cajun from Water to Newcastle.
Is that the long weekend? That one?
No.
No. It's the week before, I guess, right? Okay. All right.
So it has been circulated to the applicable agencies, EMS, police, fire, the county roads, and our roads and community services.
Okay. Any questions? Councilor Ingram?
Through the chair, I see in here, I don't know if anyone else noted it, but council delegates authority to do the road closures. They're asking for that in this, which is fine, but I want to ensure that we're aware of road closures, either through correspondence or whatever. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
I'm okay with delegating the authority for road closures for the tolls that we have. I think we have a policy that says you can only have so many.
4 or something like that.
Whatever it is. No disrespect to staff, but I'm not comfortable with approving road closures for other events until council has had that opportunity. Because then you get into this, okay, if we're going to allow a road closure over here, or we're going to allow it over there. And so I have no problem with Rotary. Don't get me wrong. I'm having trouble with so are we giving authority to staff to close the Water Street for Boschkong to have an event again? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are we delegating here? What authority are we giving them back?
Previous, sorry.
Madam Clerk?
So through the chair, if council is more comfortable, we can actually be specific to this particular application. So if the same application comes forward next year, I can be specific. We were trying to alleviate having to come for those regular annual same reports.
Yeah, I would think the
When there's no changes, but I can simply just put that line in there each time and then start that process with the next term of council.
I think it's when there's repeat events like Remembrance Day and
Yeah.
all those things, those are fine. It's new events, I think, should come here. Right?
Okay, so I'll just need a minute, just.
Yep. So if Bob needs a cattle drive down through the middle of town, we have that'll need approval of council, Bob. You just can't.
Okay, so the amendment would be Councillor McKelvey and Councillor Sisson. I just changed the last line to read that council delegates authority to the clerk and or deputy clerk for Minden Rotary Fest road closure requests for the remaining term of council. Okay. Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Counselor Sisson, that council receives report 2517 Rotary Club of Minden Rotary Fest Road Closure Request as information, and that council approves the Rotary Club of Minden road closure request on Bob Keegan Road from Water Street to Newcastle Street from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, August 9th, 2025 for the Rotary Fest event, and that barricades be placed on the Bob Keegan Road in intersections as follow: Water Street and Newcastle Street. And prior to the event, the township be provided a certificate of insurance that names the corporation of the Township of Minden Hills as additional insured in the amount of $5 million. And further, that council delegates authority to the clerk and or deputy clerk for Minden Rotary Fest road closure requests for the remaining term of council.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Madam CAO?
I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Which before you is simply our annual report to council, proposing the year-end office schedule for 2025. So we're proposing between December 24th and January 1st, reopening January 2nd, which is a Friday. And the reason for that is if we close, then staff are required to be off, where now we leave it to staff's choice, whether they want to use an entitlement and stay off on the 2nd or whether we're open. Okay.
Sorry, Councilor Ingram, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it was my question.
We will work that out. We'll work out coverage.
But I was just gonna say, I mean, just to come in for the Friday if everybody wants that day off, which I wouldn't blame them if they did, to yeah, have to figure it. I don't know that it would be worthwhile, but I'll leave that. That's
We're
decision of you.
prepared to take council's suggestion if council would support us off until January 2nd. That's fine.
Councilor McKelvey?
So I think, should you do a poll? I just don't want to force it and then like they have to take it off.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what I'm hearing is council's comfortable with either the 1st or the 2nd. So if you can let me work
Well,
with.
we're talking the 2nd or the 5th, aren't we?
Right. I'm saying being closed.
I think we should just be open January 2nd next. Which is what you had planned.
Mhm.
So, but, no.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council's comfortable with the recommendation, we'll take it back to staff.
Sorry, Council, which recommendation?
The one in the report.
Yeah, that you're open on the 2nd.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need a resolution?
I have.
Okay.
Yep. Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives report 2518 administration 2025 year-end office schedule. And further, that council approves the 2025 year-end holiday schedule for administrative offices from December 24th, 2025 to January 1st, 2026.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Sorry, good afternoon, council. So the report before council is with respect to the Bob Lake boat launch. And so council at its March 13th, 2025 regular meeting received report 2506 administration, Bob Lake boat launch update. Council directed staff to reach out to the property owner and seek interest in entertaining a land use agreement. So staff did carry out that request on behalf of council And the owner advised that there was no interest
No interest in.
in entertaining a land use agreement.
Councillor McKelvey?
I may have been sleeping, but I don't remember this being a land use agreement. This was going to be a purchase. And I thought the request was going to go in writing.
They have no interest in a public boat launch at that location.
That's, I'm just wanting to clarify. This is
Yeah.
talking about something that I didn't even know we were. asking.
No, the owner was very specific. They are happy with their property and they wish it to remain their
As
property.
is. Any other questions? You're saying?
And just then that clarifies, this is not just a liability issue.
No, it is not.
Any other questions? Okay. Are you reading your own resolution?
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives report 2519 administration land use agreement as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Madam CAO.
Sorry, let me just get. No, I'll figure this one out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Anytime legislation changes, staff do their best to interpret that legislation, review it, look at potential impacts and summarize key aspects. So what we have provided you today is for your information and reference. We intend to update the township's website and include some strong mayor powers explanation and information. We'll have a transparency page up as well. We've been working, you can imagine this kind of caught us off guard in the middle of a declared state of emergency. Our clerk and I have been working with one of my former municipalities who has had the strong mayor responsibilities and authorities for a few years, working with one of our neighboring municipalities, just to understand things and look at what processes, forms, and accountabilities we might have to put in place. So this is a very preliminary report for you, council. We will still be working through what our website looks like, any forms that we would need. In terms of the report itself, we've taken the liberty of sort of categorizing the authorities under administrative, provincial priorities, budget related, and then miscellaneous. So under each one of those is outlined what the authority is, and any limitations or reporting requirements related to those. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want us to walk through everything or just open it up for questions. This will be an ongoing learning for all of us. I can't sit here and say I'm the absolute expert in this. I think that even two of my former municipalities that have had these authorities for a while there's still some nuances around these things.
Well, I think it's probably easier to open it up for questions. I know that I've been invited to about 3 different meetings in the next few weeks, put on by law firms or by the government that's going to be explaining this in a little bit more detail. But I think it's probably best to open up for questions. Councillor Saini?
Thank you. I appreciate opening up for questions. But on the other hand, a lot of the public isn't going to read through this document, which I have. And so I think if we went through this, an extensive report, a lot of work has gone into this by the staff to figure out what this means. I would like to go through it in more detail. So we're all understanding what the implications are, not just those of us around the table who love to read these acts, but for the public as well, to understand what this means and why a resolution was brought forward sooner. So I would not just open up to questions. I'd like maybe if the staff would clarify a little bit more through this report about what this means and what the implications can be. Is that a reasonable request? Thank you.
I'll leave it to council. Is that reasonable to go through it?
I don't need to go through it personally. I've read it several times, but if this is going to be ongoing, we're going to be getting updates and what have you about this as we go, right?
Right, and this information will be available to the public, will be on our website. I think I'd also point out that while we've done a covering report, I have to give full credit to our clerk who put together the chart that hopefully you can see the authority, how it impacts the mayor, how it impacts the clerk, the CAO, or council. So
Councilor McKelvey?
So as I understand it with this legislation, you can delegate a lot of this stuff back again to council.
Sorry, I mean,
The mayor can delegate a lot of this power back to council. And like, when I look at this, it's like I said, it seems to me it slows it down. I don't know where they got the idea it was going to speed it up, because to me, it slows it down. And it's administrative nightmare. And of course, I still don't think it's democratic, but like, we are going to have to change procedural bylaws, hiring policies. The list is endless, and set up a website stuff and blah, blah, blah. If you're going to if the mayor is going to delegate that authority, it saves a lot of work. So maybe we should just get to that part. Are you going to delegate the option?
right, sorry. Did you?
no, and Mr. Mayor, I should let you answer. I just have a follow-up that this isn't just related to this sitting mayor.
Oh, no, it's
Right, so-
that's my concern, is that it's not just, it's not personal.
No, and I'm not, but I think the work that you're referring to, we probably have to do anyway.
Not if it's delegated. You will in some cases, but if the authority's delegated back, only this sitting mayor would be able to do that at this point. And of
Right.
course, the next term, if there's a different
Sitting mayor.
yeah, okay.
Right.
I
think, and maybe what I caught on to was the website. I think we need to do some things on our website regardless of what happens, just from a transparency standpoint.
Councilor Saini?
I heard the website, but then I also started to hear our hiring policies those are a lot of processes and procedures, and we're still trying to catch up on a lot of policies from years ago. So this is a huge amount of work for our admin staff, unless it's delegated back to council, that we continue to assume those policies and not put more burden on our administration right now as we catch up on so many other things. Thank you.
And from my perspective, it's a bit hypothetical. Until I learn a little bit more about all of this before I make a decision, but I'm not ready to, as seen earlier, I'm not ready to vote against something that I don't know an awful lot about, and I'm not willing to say what I will and will not do. There's nothing here that I immediately see as something I'm going to jump into. But at the same time, I'm not at this time gonna preclude from, what may or may not happen in the future.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I would, are there any more questions? I mean, I didn't. No, I didn't say, go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
I think we're at an impasse between council and the mayor.
Yeah.
And let's just say it. And it's not a matter of finding out more information at this point. We've had this before us, before it came into effect. Now it's in effect. I think this goes directly against the gathering that we had yesterday, where we're trying to get more young people involved in what? A seat that I have here that I have no say in? How am I going to get young folks involved in democracy if I can't even say that being at the table, I have a say in our policies and what goes on, or our interactions with the provincial government? To me, this is outrageous. We talk about trying to protect ourselves and Canadian values. This type of thing historically is practiced in the US. This is a fundamental issue of democracy. And unless we're all on the same page, we can't go to a meeting and support democracy and getting young people involved in a system that's not working for us. And if we don't stand up for it now, what makes us think that any youth are going to follow the kinds of governance that so many people have fought to protect? This is a very important issue, and I would hope the public will get involved. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll let you finish because I'm still trying to figure out the justification for your decision. So, but did you have more there?
No, I'm going to say this is not something that was asked for by me or
realize that.
or by 160 some odd other municipalities, but it is the law that and it was determined by the provincial government that this would be the law, and it is in effect. And until I learn a little bit more about it, I'm not willing to take a stand either way. I didn't like this when it came in for Toronto, Ottawa, and whomever else it was at the beginning from the perspective of democracy. In talking to some mayors who have had this power and how it's been used, I've learned more, but I will be learning more over the next few weeks. But I'm not willing to take a stand against the provincial government and the law that they have enacted. Go ahead, Councilor McKelvey.
You're not taking a stand against the provincial government because you already had that opportunity on that one earlier in the meeting. This is to take a stand on the opportunity that is in this legislation to delegate some of your authority. I just want to make sure we're getting this clear. You can't argue with the province something they gave you, but you can definitely take the opportunities that the province also gave you and delegate it. I think it's very sad that we're at this decision making here today, but can I at least ask that you come back in 1 month's time to tell us if you have changed your mind?
I'm sorry you feel that it is sad. I'm not willing to delegate anything at this point in time until I learn more about it. There are certainly some things that are here that I cannot even imagine or foresee me using.
I would hope not.
If you let me finish. But I'm not going to take anything off the table at this point.
Will you come back in a month's time to give us an update? I'm asking that question.
Sure. We can put it on the agenda for the whatever June 26th or whatever it is. Sure, we can put it on the agenda. I think, look, I can see there's going to be a lot of 6-1 votes in across the province on these issues where it's brought up. But it is what it is. It's the government has changed the law, and now we have to figure out the best way to use that law. Councillor Saini.
Sorry, I missed. What do you mean by 6-1 votes across the province? Thank you.
As a councillor, it certainly would appear that, and in fact, it is the fact that there is a certain loss of power. And I would object to that outright if I were a councillor.
Did you really mean that, what you just said? So you're saying if you were sitting in my seat right now, like you used to, that you would have strict opposition to this?
I would feel that I had lost some power,
Okay, and would you have objected to that?
possibly.
Oh, please. Okay, so the 6-1 votes, just want to point out, there's a lot of 7-0 votes right now from a lot of councils that are saying they will not accept this. And there's a lot of mayors out there saying they will not accept this, and they automatically delegated.
Their choice.
Absolutely, as it is yours.
Councillor Saini.
Putting on my social science hat. Social science says, even if you have the smartest person in the room, the decisions of the group are always better in problem solving than one smartest person in the room. That's scientific research. What this does is not just a matter of disenfranchising our communities. It's also a matter of bad science and bad social science. We're living in a time right now where we're seeing democracy being taken away from us. We're seeing the issue that we voted on earlier with Bill 5. I can see that turning into all of a sudden the problems with our economy in Ontario because Indigenous people won't cooperate when they have to put up their barricades to protect themselves. I can see this coming over from the practices that have been gone in the States, where the fires and the airport issues are being blamed on people that are women or a part of minority groups. This is a slippery slope, Mr. Mayor, and I'm afraid we have extremely strong disagreements on this. And I would really appreciate if you would think about this in terms of democracy, not in terms of your personal power of a mayor, because if we don't, and we might make wrong decisions, but as described for us earlier, if we make wrong decisions, at least we did it in a learning curve. And we did it in a learning curve where we can learn and correct them. But when you don't have any power or control of your environment, that is not democracy. Thank you.
It's not 6-1 from the perspective of one person gets to make the decisions. I mean, it's not one person who makes the decisions here. This is, there has been some changes, but it's not one person who's going to make all the decisions. So I understand the situation, but as I said, I'm not willing to change until I learn a little bit more about this and where this might be applied or where this might be beneficial to the Township of Minden Hills. Councillor Sisson?
Just like to remind you that you might not be here in the next term, and you must really consider that who might be. And I think that's enough right there to make me want to turn it down.
Except the situation, it is the law. So whoever is the mayor will inherit all those powers. So if I delegate right now, that lasts to the end of my term. The next mayor can take it up right from where it sits right now. So it's not a matter of altering it forever into the future. It's really only for the balance of this term.
So if I may, is our questions finished then for now? So the amendment, Deputy Mayor Shell and Councillor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor Shell, you're the mover, Councillor McKelvey's the seconder. So the amendment that I made was that and further that the mayor provide a report to council at its June 26th, 2025 regular meeting. Are you comfortable with that amendment? Yes. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that council receive report 2520 administration overview of strong mayor powers as information. And further that the mayor provide a report to council at its June 26, 2025 regular meeting.
All those in favor? Sorry, I didn't see all the hands there, so I don't know if we got, okay, that's carried. All right. Moving into closed.
So moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson. Be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 12:59 PM for the purpose of discussing the following. One item pursuant to section 239(2)D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding labor relations or employee negotiations, staff performance. One item pursuant to section 239(2)F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, legal opinion, and one item pursuant to section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and candidate for a job.
All those in favor? As carried. Let's start it right away if we Welcome back. Read the resolution to resume open.
Moved by Council McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell. Be it resolved that closed session adjourn at 1:55 PM and open session resume.
All those in favor? That is carried. We have a report from closed session.
Yes, no, actually, we don't need to do that.
Okay. Bylaws.
Moved by Counselor Sani, seconded by Counselor Johansson. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2555, Product Care Association of Canada as amended. Bylaw 2556, License Agreement with SOS for Kids. Bylaw 2557, PLBDL 2025013, and Bylaw 2558, PLBDL 2025021.
All those in favor? It's carried. Confirming bylaw.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Sani, that bylaw 2560 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its meeting of May 29th, 2025, be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? It's carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that the May 29th, 2025 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 1:56 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone. The next regular council meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June the 12th, 2025 at 9 AM.